One man is being victimized by our own government. One man whom they fear, yet whom millions love. One man who is willing to take the poison arrows of lawfare. One man whose voice has been taken away by a corrupt judge operating in a corrupt system. One man who has been ridiculed and insulted. One man who refused to back down. One man who refused to back down. One man who refused to back down. One man who stands between us and them. One man that wants to see America protected again. One man who wants to see America prosper again. One man who understands that a man is a man and a woman is a woman. One man who understands and protects the blessing of life. One man who wants to restore American exceptionalism. One man who once again wants to make America that shining city on a hill for all to see. A place where all the people of the world glowingly set their eyes upon. America. One man who unashamedly wants to make America great again. That one man is Donald Trump.
This is Fanfare with Barry Cunningham.
Of legislation this body ever passes. Forget Senate procedure for a minute. Math, Mr. President, has never worked that way. I taught preschool, and I'll tell you, even our littlest kids knows the difference between $1 trillion and zero. It doesn't take a preschooler to tell you they're using magic math, or that you can't just ignore the rules you don't like. How many times have my colleagues cried about the debt? How many times have they told me, I know you want to invest in childcare, Patty, but we got to get this budget under control. But now that it's tax cuts for billionaires and corporations, suddenly the budget doesn't matter anymore. Suddenly the rules do not matter anymore. Suddenly a couple trillion goes away with a sprinkle of fairy dust. And bypassing the parliamentarian and president isn't really bypassing if you just close your eyes and just pretend real hard. Have you no shame? If you think you can look the American people in the face and tell them we have to bring down the debt after passing what might be the most expensive bill in history, if you think you can do that and then be taken seriously, well, you know what? If you believe that, maybe you are foolish enough to think that zero and $1 trillion are the same. Mr. President, I can't believe this is what we're doing today. Because I can tell you right now, if this happens, we will all laugh you out of the room because we have never seen anything like this. Not in my time here in the Senate, not in my time on this planet. We are not going to let anyone forget that you're trashing the rules in order to pass this egregious bill. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
I recognize the senator from Oregon.
Thank you. I want to share a couple comments with my colleagues, including my Republican colleagues, because I've made these points on the floor, but generally the floor is empty, and some of you are here now. In 1974, 100 senators agreed on reconciliation as a fast-track, filibuster-free, but only for one purpose, reducing the deficit. It had three pillars: reduce the deficit over a 10-year period. Second, reduce the deficit in each and every year after that 10-year period in each title of the bill. And third, use honest numbers. In 1996, the Republican team was in the majority and decided on a nuclear option to allow that reconciliation process to be used to increase deficits in the 10-year window. That was unfortunate because it destroyed the agreement all 100 senators had agreed to in 1974. But now, today, if we proceed with this current policy baseline, there's two other pillars that you're destroying of the architecture to create fiscal discipline. The second pillar was no deficits after the 10-year period. That's been destroyed. And the third was to use honest numbers from the Congressional Budget Office on a current law basis, comparing each provision in the bill as compared to the provision not being in the bill. So here we are, taking a step that is as significant as it was in 1996. All three pillars will be brought down, not by Democrats, but by Republicans. It's not necessary to do this to get what you want within the 10-year period. Why tear down these additional two pillars of honesty about the numbers, no more smoke and mirrors, and creating deficits after the 10-year period? It's extremely unfortunate if you press forward with that vision in this bill. President.
Mr. President,
I recognize the senator from Oregon.
I want to pick up on the point that my colleague from Washington State touched on. Everybody ought to understand this is the nuclear option. It's just hidden behind a whole lot of Washington, D.C. lingo. The only difference is instead of pressing a big nuclear button right at the beginning of the Congress, Republicans decided that they'd hide behind a cloak of Senate procedure and go nuclear for every individual bill they want to pass on party lines. And I just say to my colleagues, there's going to be a lot of horrendous messes to clean up after this legislation. But my colleagues need to understand the moves, as my colleague from Washington State has said, cut both ways. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
I recognize the Democrat leader.
I ask that debate time come off the bill unless otherwise advised.
Without objection.
Mr. President.
I recognize the senator from Rhode Island.
In this place where big money now rules and in which fakery is now the order of the day and numbers no longer have to be real, there is one point that stands out, and that is that the fakery on the floor is belied by the language of the bill. If these assertions were true, they would not need to raise the debt limit. All of this fun and games, all of this parliamentary mischief that is happening right now crashes into the fact that in real markets, in the real world, outside of this fakery, the debt limit is actually a real thing. And I will take a moment to read from page 754 of this midnight monstrosity what it actually says, where it collides with the real world. Subtitle C, Increase in Debt Limit. Section 72001, Modification of Limitation on the Public Debt. Line 20. The limitation under Section 3101B of Title 31 United States Code, as most recently increased by Section 401B of Public Law 118.5, 31 U.S.C. 3101 Note, is increased by $5 trillion. $5 trillion. That's the real number here. That's where the rubber hits the road in real life. The maneuver that is being pulled right now to avoid that fact, the fact that the debt limit has to be increased by $5 trillion so that Republicans can give immense tax breaks to billionaires, has not been used for this before. I used it once. In the year 2000, a deal had been struck on how to score activities of the Power Marketing Administration. Does anybody really know about the Power Marketing Administration? It's a small thing. Over the years, the Congressional Budget Office started scoring the program differently than the Senate had agreed to in 2000. So in 2023 and 2024, Senate Budget Chair, me, and the House Budget Chair, Jody Arrington, on a bipartisan basis, invoked this section to have CBO return to the original Senate agreement and not the variation that they had created. This is what Section 312 has been used for, to resolve technical ambiguity, to advance a bipartisan appropriation deal, not to create Senate floor fakery belied by the $5 trillion debt limit hike that Republicans are obliged to pass to make good on this huge billionaire blowout that we're forcing through the Senate floor now. I yield the floor.
I recognize the senator from South Carolina.
I am using and yielding time off the bill.
Without objection.
Okay, thank you very, very much. So the debate and eventual voting on the big, beautiful bill has begun. Hallelujah. It's taken a while for us to get here, but we're going to have a debate worthy of a great country. We'll have what they think and what we think, and we're going to vote on this bill in the coming days, and I'm excited about that. I've worked a long time with my colleagues to get to where we are today, so to the American people. The debate is beginning right now regarding the big, beautiful bill, and I'll tell you why that's good news for you, but let me take a little bit of time to talk about current policy versus current law. I know everybody's on the edge of their seat at home, but here's what I would tell you about numbers and budget chairmen. I'm not the first budget chairman. There have been those who came before me. In 2008, Chairman Kent Conrad, a really nice guy from North Dakota, used a new baseline in the budget so he could get the farm bill in the budget. And Judd Gregg, really smart guy, former budget chairman, said the chairman of the budget committee declared the new baseline under a new budget. The budget chairman has a right to do that. That's what I'm doing. I'm setting the numbers. The parliamentarian said, that's my job as budget chairman. The resolution we're operating under to get us here, we voted to make that the case. So we're not doing anything sneaky. We actually voted to give me the authority to do this, and it passed. But again, I'm not the first chairman to change a baseline for different reasons. One, to get the farm bill in, and another occasion, Senator Sanders changed the baseline in 2022 when he was budget chairman under budget reconciliation to issue a budget rule allowing the numbers to change to get more money for Head Start. So Senator Sanders, as budget chairman, directed a new rule be written to get more money for Head Start. So don't tell me you've never done this before in terms of changing the baseline as budget chairman. The budget chairman under 312 sets the baseline. This has been acknowledged by Republicans and Democrats. The baseline has changed in the past based on the budget committee chairman's desire, one to get a farm bill in, and the other to change the numbers, a new rule to get Head Start spending. So this has been done before, but I'll be the first to say that what we're doing here is historic in a good way. In 2017, we passed the Trump tax cuts. They're due to expire in December. Why is that? Before I got here, current law was the way to score or implement tax policy. After 10 years, the tax cuts expired, current law. As budget chairman, I've decided to use current policy when it comes to cutting taxes. If you use current policy, they never expire. So the policies that were created in 2017 would not end in December, they would continue. And that's a good thing for the American people. That's a good thing for the economy because it gives you certainty. So I made a decision as budget chairman, working with my colleagues, to look at tax cuts, something important for the country, to give certainty to businesses and individuals, and make sure after 10 years they don't arbitrarily go away and have a cliff. So I made that decision, my colleagues backed me up, and that's in the budget resolution governing the debate that we're here today. So why do we want to make the tax cuts permanent? Because if they expire in December, the average family of four in South Carolina will have a $1,700 increase. I don't want that, and I bet you people at home don't want that. So we have to deal with that. That cliff is coming, and not only do I want to avoid that cliff, I don't want to put us in that position ever again. So the tax cuts have generated more revenue for the government than CBO estimated in 2017. The one thing about our friends at CBO, I appreciate all your hard work, you've worked really hard. When it comes to taxing, they always get it wrong about how much revenue to be collected. So when you look at the years that have passed since 2017, on the corporate side and on the individual side, the revenue to the government has actually grown because of those tax cuts, and that's a good thing. So cutting taxes means more money for you and your family. Our friends on the other side, if you're waiting on them to cut your taxes, you're going to die waiting. So they're never going to do it. Why are we doing it? Because they won't do it. We could never get 60 votes for this. So the bottom line is we're going to make these tax cuts permanent, and that's a good thing for businesses. Expensing will be allowed so you can invest and grow in your business. You can buy new equipment. You can write it off sooner, and that will get more activity in the economy. It's not me saying that. There's a track record, Mr. President. You've been in business. This stuff works. They don't like it, but it works. If you're in business and the tax code encourages you to invest in your business, you will. This stuff literally works. And they hate it because it's money that could have gone to the government went back into the economy. What they don't realize, actually, the government gets more money. They just keep spending it. And we could do better on the spending side. And we are going to do better on the spending side. So this bill makes the 2017 tax cuts permanent. It avoids a tax increase for your family that's coming in December if we don't act now. It secures the border. One of the reasons there are more of us than our Democratic friends is how you screwed the country up for the last 4 years. We went from secure borders to completely open borders, absolute chaos, and that's why we're winning and you're losing. And you want to take us back to open borders. We're not going. We're not going back to your policies that allowed 8.3 million encounters at the border, 1.7 million gotaways, chaos, the cities and communities. We're not going back to the policies that led to Laken Riley's murder in Georgia, where the man convicted for murdering her was captured several times, released because there was no detention space to hold him in Texas, and he left a free man, went to Georgia and killed this lady. That's happened too many times, and it's going to stop. Now, what are we doing to secure the border? We went from lawless borders to the most secure borders in 6 months because of President Trump. President Trump, you should be exceedingly proud. Holman, the whole team, you've locked that border down, but we want to do it in a way that it'll stay locked down for the president, after you, and beyond. So how do we secure the gains made by President Trump and his team? We're going to, in this bill, hire more ICE agents to expedite removal of people that shouldn't be here, particularly criminal elements, people that are dangerous. We're going to finish the wall. Not one Democrat, maybe one, no way would get 60 votes to hire more ICE agents. No way we would get Democratic help to finish the wall. And we're going to go from 40,000 detention beds to 125,000. This secure the border is about $175 billion. New technology along the border, fiber cable, so we don't go back to the days of open borders. This is in the bill. To those of you who voted for us and President Trump to secure the border, we're delivering through this bill. And they would never do what we're doing. I'll be the first to admit, when it comes to securing the border, they're never going to do what we're doing. We're hiring more ICE agents, we're finishing the wall, and we're increasing more detention beds so we don't let people out that can go and murder. I'm very proud of this. I wrote this part. This is money well spent. This will secure that border in perpetuity. President Trump, this is your plan. It is in our bill. Well done. To my friends on the other side, you had your chance and you screwed it up big time, and that's why we're in charge. Revitalize our military. The world is a dangerous place. We have $150 billion in this bill to help build out the Golden Dome, to help improve the quality of life of men and women serving in the military by improving their barracks and housing. They need the money, more weapons. It's in this bill, and we didn't have to get extorted to buy a bunch of butter to get $150 billion. We reduce government spending over a decade by $1.6 trillion. We're running deficits, national debt of $37 trillion. So what have we done here? In the last 5 years, from 2020 basically to now, Medicaid has grown by 50%. So what's happened is that Medicaid was originally intended for children and poor families, children and people who were disabled and couldn't work to provide health care. Count me in for that, makes a lot of sense. Along comes President Obama. He expands Medicaid to include able-bodied adults for the first time. And what he did was he incentivized states to include these people in Medicaid. For every new able-bodied adult, you get 90% of the cost from the federal government, 10% from the states. And Medicaid has grown 50%, is going to take over Medicare because of what President Obama did. So what are we going to do? We're going to try to deal with that in a responsible way. What about this idea? If you're not a child, if you're not disabled, you're able-bodied, and you don't have any children under 14, we're going to have a 20-hour-a-week work requirement for you to stay on Medicaid. That's a good thing. It's a good thing for the individual involved to be working. It's a good thing for the taxpayer for them to be working. But that seems to be a crime on the other side, to ask somebody to work that can work. How many people out there are listening to this? I don't know how many you are, but are you working every day? Are you going to work with kids? A lot of people do that, by the way. So one of the reforms in this bill is to introduce a work requirement to the additional population that President Obama put on Medicaid that was never intended on the original purpose of Medicaid. This work requirement is going to save a bunch of money. Finally, we're addressing the biggest scam I've seen in a very long time. Somewhere along the line, somebody figured out that at the state level, that if you tax doctors and hospitals and medical providers on the funds they get and take that revenue, you can actually get more Medicaid money. This is a money laundering scheme. It needs to come to an end as we know it. States have gone up to 6% of a provider tax. They take that tax revenue and they use it to get more money from the federal government. The hospitals and doctors don't lose, they get the money back. The state doesn't lose, they get more money. The only group that loses is the federal government, and we're deep, deep in debt. So we're going to reform the provider tax system that I think is abusive, very abusive. As to Medicaid, it's on a growth trajectory that will overtake Medicare. Now is the time to put common sense reform in place, not only to slow the growth, and we're not talking about cutting Medicaid, we're slowing the growth, but try to create some sense of fiscal responsibility. So, to our chairman of the Finance Committee, you have constructed a package better than 2017. You have included some growth elements in the package that will allow the economy to grow because it will be in businesses' interest to invest. And I want to applaud you for this growth package. Now, what does this all mean? Current policy, current law. If you do what I have decided to do, make the tax cuts permanent, and you implement these reforms to Medicaid in other areas, you will, over the next 10 years, reduce the deficit by $507 billion. That's CBO, not me. Now, how do you do that? You grow the economy, and you begin to control spending in a common sense way. Most people can relate to that because they do it all the time. People at home sometimes have to work extra to meet the needs of their family, and they have to tighten their belt. So what have we achieved here in the one big beautiful bill? We're going to make your border as secure as it possibly can be and never go back to open borders. We're going to put in place border security measures to keep it secure. We're going to make the tax cuts permanent so your taxes do not go up in December of this year, and we're going to add additional pro-growth policies to help our economy. We're going to reform Medicaid in a way that makes sense, deal with the waste, fraud, and abuse of that program so that there's more money for the disabled and children, because the more money you give the able-bodied who can work, it's less money for children and people on disability. And one of the most perverse things about what President Obama did is that the reimbursement rates to states are higher for able-bodied adults than they are for disabled people and children. 90%. So President Obama created a system to entice states, lure them in to add people to Medicaid that are not disabled, not poor children, because his goal was to put everybody in the country under government-run health care, and the government reimbursement is higher for an able-bodied person than it is for a poor child or a disabled person. And we're going to stop that, because that's not fair. It's not fair to the taxpayer, and it's not fair to the population that we're trying to help. So we're going to control spending in a common sense way. We're going to revitalize our military at a time of great need. We're going to secure the border, and we're going to make the tax cuts that expire in December permanent so we don't have to deal with this every 10 years. It's a big, beautiful bill if you believe in cutting people's taxes, securing the border, having a strong military, and controlling government spending. It is a nightmare, this bill, for those who want to raise taxes, who want open borders, who want a weak military, and never want to control one dime of federal spending. This bill is your nightmare if you're for open borders. This bill is your nightmare if you want the government to grow without any limitation. This bill is your nightmare if you want a weak military, because it's going to give us a stronger military. So why do we have this debate? That's what they, through years of effort, have done. The military is always the last thing that gets funded when they're in charge. When they're in charge, you have no border. Completely broken, millions of people running through our country, lawless. When they're in charge, there is no limit to growing the government. They entice everybody to grow the government. And when they're in charge, they're never going to cut your taxes in any meaningful way. The tax rates since 2017, the top rate has been 37. If these tax cuts expire, your taxes, if you're a family of four, will go up by $1,700. And we'll go back to the 39.6 rate. Here's a question for the country. How much should the federal government take of anybody's income? What's a fair share? 37% seems pretty damn fair to me. Over a third of what you make, and that doesn't count state and local taxes. The number they would pick is probably a 90. So is 37% fair? I think yes. Most Americans think 25% is fair. You know, Jesus wants 10%. There is no number they won't embrace. So somewhere between 90 and 10, 37 is fair. This is not rewarding the wealthy, it's creating a number that makes sense. 37% going to the federal government is a fair share. It's over a third of what you make. And that doesn't count state and local taxes.
I ain't good with that. Nah.
This has been long, it's been hard, but we're about done. In a couple of days, we're going to pass the one big beautiful bill. President Trump's going to sign it. Mike Crapo and his staff deserve at least one day off. I cannot thank you enough for what you and your team have done. To my budgeteers, you have been terrific. You have worked really hard. To CBO and Joint Tax and all these people, hats off to your efforts to get us a quality product. To all of my colleagues who've rowed the boat with us, we're about to reach the shore. And when this boat comes ashore, every family in America can have a sigh of relief. Your taxes will not go up this December. You'll get a Christmas present of not having a tax increase. To those who've been yearning for a secure border, it will be secure. Those men and women in uniform, you're going to get some help and you desperately need it. And to those who think we should do something about the government's growth in a common sense way, we've achieved that. I am very proud of this bill. I'm very proud of President Trump. I'm very proud of the Republican team that has gotten us to this point. And to my Democratic colleagues, we'll work together where we can. But nobody over here ever expects you to do anything about the border, because you've proven you can't. Nobody over here believes you're ever going to reduce the size of government, because you don't want to. So the bottom line is we're about to make history, Mr. President. This is your first term. I don't know what comes later for you. Hope you're here a long time if that's what you want to be. You're a great senator. You're a good businessman. You've made a real success story. Family from Columbia. You've created a lot of job opportunity. I doubt if you'll ever do anything more important than this. Senator Crapo, you've been here a while. You're one of the smartest guys I ever met. Everything you've done all your life,
So in case you're wondering, when he says Mr. President, he's not talking about President Trump. He's talking about J.D. Vance. J.D. Vance is the president of the Senate. So when he's like, you did a great job, you came from Ohio, you did all this stuff, that's who he's talking about. He's talking about J.D. Vance. So there was a couple comments that I want to address in case you guys want to go out and get some Dr. Pepper or something. Why are they filibustering and not going just to vote? Just vote already, Sarah says. Why is Lindsay filibustering the bill? Settle in, okay? You are going to be, well, if you'd like to be, the stream will be running for hours and hours and hours. Here's why. Let me just back up and tell you where we are right now, because I think that's where I think people need to understand where we are. So first of all, I've got two streams running. I have the stream that was running since last night, which has no commentary, and this stream here I started so that I could actually jump in, do some stuff, comment in between some of these idiots, and talk to you guys, and also chat with you as well. All right, so that's what the do two different, sort of like ESPN, you know, the one where they have the football game going with nobody talking, and then the other football game, same game, but people are talking. So that's what we're doing here. So let me explain again the process. A lot of people viewing don't understand the process. Number one, I just explained to you, when they address the president, they're talking about the president of the Senate, which is J.D. Vance. Number two, what you're seeing right now is going to be a whole lot of what you're going to see moving forward. We went from they filed the bill, to the House passed the bill, to the Senate took the bill up, to the Senate did all their markups and changes and everything they wanted to see in it. Then in order for it to be voted on, it has to go into what's called consideration. It passed consideration because Ron Johnson and a few guys flipped, and they had to vote to move forward. Before they could move forward to today, where they're going to try and vote on it, Chuck Schumer stepped in and tried to throw a monkey wrench into things and said, I want the entire bill read line by line, which is his right as a the minority leader. So for the last 12 hours or so, they've been reading the entire bill line by flipping line. That's done. Now they're into, quote, debate, where they are going to talk about this bill and decide, actually not decide, they're just going to tell the public at this point they have their opportunity to trash it or support it. And they want everybody to know what they think and whose opinion means what. So it's not a filibuster. This is your government at work. Each one of these guys, remember, this is how, give you an idea how long it's going to go. There are 100 senators. 100. Yep, 50 Democrats, 53 Republicans, 47 Democrats. 100, 2 per state. 100 senators. Each one of them now will have time to come up and pontificate and speak to what they think. I'm not sure how much time. So this session right here that you're watching, okay, you ready for it? I don't want y'all to scream. Could go on for 7 to 10 hours. All right, just understand, this could go on. It is now 3:48. This could go on sometime until 11 o'clock or midnight. The reason why I split the streams up is because the other one has no commentary. This one here I can comment on. My wife and I are going to go out to dinner, and then we're going to be back later, probably about 9 or 10 o'clock. But I'm not leaving here till 6:30. So you got me for the next 3 hours. I'll be able to jump in with you. But feel free to talk and everything else, and I'll be in here. Somebody asked about the car bomb in Washington, and as this point right now, there's your news. It's not a car bomb. The authorities are saying it was just a Mercedes Sprinter van that, exploded. That's the word. Not a terrorist attack. Nobody was hurt. No buildings were hurt. The truck or the van just exploded. So I just wanted to break that out to you. So if there's any questions as to what this is, now we are in the debate stage. Unlike last night, where it ran for 10 hours, blah, 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 blah. That might even be more exciting than what you're going to see in this next 10 hours. Now you're going to see these old goats stand up there, and they're all going to complain about what they think or what they don't think the bill should be. And on the other side, you're going to hear people talking about it in platitudes. It's the best thing ever. That's just how our government works at this point. So it should pretty much looks to me like it's going to pass. But even then, even at that point, when it passes here, it's still not done. So I want you to ignore what you may hear on Twitter or whatever, X, because once they pass it, then it's got to go back to the House, who have to check out all the changes that they made to decide what they want to pass. So that's why we're talking about July 2nd, possibly July 3rd. But today we're trying to get it out of the Senate and have it go back to the House. Any questions? Okay. So you can tell other people as they come into the stream, when they start saying, what the hell's going on? Why are these people just talking and talking? It's your government. It is a constitutional republic. This is how it works. It's crazy. You guys are seeing it. You're actually from the cheap sheets looking in going, this is stupid. Just go ahead and vote. You've had plenty of time to go on MSNBC and CNN and bitch about everything, but now you got to do it for another 8 to 10 hours. Yep, you could have done it last night. Nope, I wanted to hear everybody read it. So that's where we are. I don't make the rules. I'm just telling you what the rules are. Robert says they're not going to pass it. I think it's going to pass. Yes, Lou, the House gets to vote again because they submitted X and the Senate said, here's what they did, and let's cross this out, let's add this and everything else. So it's got to go back to the House for approval again. Yes, the House has to look at it. It's called President Pro Tempore. Yes, it is true. By the way, the van did not blow itself up. Is this a repeat? No, it is not a repeat. All right, I compel you guys to get in here and start helping some of the other people who are wondering what the hell they're watching. They're interested. You're getting a chance to see how our government runs. You're actually getting to see history. But at the same time, there's a lot of people who don't understand. It does, because as you've noticed watching this stuff, there's no subtitles. Nobody's saying, hey, this is what's going on right now, and here's what's next, and now, So that's why I decided to do the stream this way, where I could jump in and say, okay, now let you know what's going on. And it's going to go back and forth, and back and forth, and back and forth. So everybody get it? And if you have any questions, let me know, because it's crazy. As long as they don't carve vital things out of the bill. That's where there should be some sort of board to tell you what they've X'd out of it, so we know. There should be something on the screen that says, well, they've cut out this or they've cut that out. Crazy. Is it Trump pardon General Flynn? Did that just happen? Let me see if that happened. Did he just do it? That would be some breaking news. I didn't see anything from SV. I don't see anything. Wait a minute. Oh, here we go. Oh, we got some breaking news. Boom. Hold on.
Breaking news into the Fanfare news feed.
All right, everybody. Right now, this has just come in right now, an hour ago. I didn't see it. This is fantastic news for all of us. It was my great honor to pardon Michael Flynn, a fearless patriot and decorated general who is savagely attacked by the Biden-Obama deep state, which has now been completely exposed for the fraud it is. These radical left lunatics unleashed a relentless storm of lies, fake charges, and dirty FBI tricks during the Russia hoax to try and crush Mike's spirit and his bank account. But this great American hero was innocent. Now Mike has written a fantastic new book, Pardon of Innocence, an inspiring story of faith and freedom, which we greatly encourage citizens across our nation to never give up. Get your copy today, which I am going to love because he will be on the show. I believe I actually booked him for the 2nd or the 3rd. I can't remember which day it is. I mean, I thought he had pardoned him before, but I guess I guess that's just happening. Let me go ahead and check on Truth Social and see, is that something recent? Hold on, I'm scrolling, because I thought, no, it was 2 hours ago. Yep, he pardoned Michael Flynn. That's let me just do this. So Michael Flynn has been pardoned, and liberal heads will now explode. Commence the explosion of the liberal heads. Oh my goodness, oh my goodness. Yes, that is awesome, and he will be here on the show. Also, BB got his court date pushed back. Trump needs him back in here. I believe that as well. Somebody said BB got his case pushed back. Wow. General Flynn's about to take a big role. I could see that. I could see that. Jesus taking a while. Oh man, this is very good. This is very, very good. The 3rd of July, I think Ashley said 2nd or 3rd. Awesome for General Flynn. Awesome for America as well. Absolutely. Yes, he posted it 2 hours ago. Yep, just got it. All right, so Daddy Trump does it again. I love it that he did it while these people are here, complaining and screaming and doing all the stuff that they're doing. So I just wanted you to know they're going to be going back and forth, whoever wants to speak. It looks like there's nearly nobody on the platform right now. So we'll wait for the next speaker. Let's see. Let's check in. Yeah, there's nobody talking. Let me just see here. Yeah, that's what you're going to get. You're going to get people who walk up and talk, and then it'll be nothing until the next person comes up and talks. And let me see if they're bringing somebody up. Nope, I don't see anybody coming up yet. Yes, winning by bringing General Flynn. That's awesome. That's great news. SV, where do you find this stuff? SV says a bag of Coke, yayo, valued at $1.5 million, washes ashore in Alabama. That's crazy. That's absolutely crazy. So they're waiting for the next senator to talk. So this is what is going to happen throughout the day. There's going to be lulls. There's going to be people talking. And they'll be going all afternoon. It will be happening all afternoon. It'll be happening all evening. The liberal heads will be spitting and puking out of their mouths with Linda Blair type. Absolutely, you're so correct. You're wrong. Trump was endorsing Flynn's. Okay. You're gonna be that one. I thought it was an old pardon too. What people are talking about. Let me just bring it up because there's always that one in the group. I'm talking about what President Trump just put out right now. This is President Trump posted this. Indeed, it may have been an older post on Truth Social, but this one here, you can see the date. Let me just show you. Where's the time? 1:36 p.m. So, and then Michael Flynn responded as well. So it was an endorsement of the book, and he may indeed have pardoned him before. People may not have known that, but in addition, it's not being wrong. It's what President Trump just wrote, and people took that to be a new pardon, but it could be an old pardon. So anyway, let's get back to the circus. The circus is on pause, I guess, right now, waiting for the new person to show up. And here comes, it looks like the next victim is checking in, that he wants to come up and scream to people. Nope, he's walking away. Isn't it exciting how government works? We pay all this money, even Lindsay wants 37% in taxes. I don't want people to have 37% in taxes. I hate that. I hate the fact that 30% in taxes. Yes, Trump did pardon. Okay, here we go.
Recognize the senator from Michigan.
Mr. President, I rise today in opposition to a widely irresponsible legislation that is before us now. Although our colleagues are calling it the big, beautiful bill, this bill would instead be a betrayal to our economic future, hardworking American families, and some of our most vulnerable seniors, children, and people with disabilities. This bill will blow up our national debt, kick millions of people off of their health care and take food off of families' tables while cutting food assistance. And for what? What our colleagues are mortgaging our country's future for? What are they slashing health care and food assistance to pay for? Well, they're doing it for tax cuts for billionaires. So before my colleagues rush to pass this irresponsible, reckless legislation, let's take a moment to go through exactly how much harm this bill will actually cause and hear from the people in my state who are going to suffer if this law becomes law. To start, this bill will blow up the national debt. Since President George Washington gave his farewell address, our nation's leaders have warned against the dangers of accumulating a national debt. 15 years ago, Admiral Mike Mullen, former chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, stated, quote, "The most significant threat to our national security is our debt." The national debt is at an all-time high, $36.2 trillion. And just in the last 16 years, it has tripled. Our annual deficits frequently exceed $1.5 trillion, including a record $3.1 trillion deficit in fiscal year 2020 during the Trump administration. Unfortunately, these are the first of many grave financial milestones that we face. Within the next decade, our country will spend more on servicing the debt than we do on any other federal account outside of Social Security. Our fiscal house is basically on fire. But if our Republican colleagues jam through this bill, it's not going to pour water on that fire, it's going to pour gasoline on those flames. Democrats have tried to make efforts to pay down that debt in recent years. In fact, under the Inflation Reduction Act, a law that this bill attempts to actually gut, we reduced the deficit in that bill by nearly $250 billion. And in 2023, we passed the Bipartisan Fiscal Responsibility Act, which responsibly addressed the debt ceiling and had the potential to reduce deficits by up to $1.5 trillion. But unfortunately, the bill before us basically wipes all of that away. And I have always said that I'm open to making smart cuts to spending, but that those cuts should be matched with increases in revenues. Doing so would put us back on a sustainable financial path. Our Republican colleagues are doing the exact opposite. They are making drastic cuts to revenue, and according to the nonpartisan Joint Committee on Taxation, the tax provisions in this bill alone would decrease revenues by $4.2 trillion and add $3 trillion to our national debt. This is a recipe for disaster. If we face another emergency, like a pandemic or global financial crisis, we will be too hamstrung by our debt to respond effectively. We are on the brink of a financial disaster, and passing this bill would push us over that edge. Also, my Republican colleagues can cut taxes for billionaires. At the same time, our Republican colleagues are not making smart, sensible spending cuts to cover the costs that these billionaire tax cuts will mean. Instead, they're gutting health care for millions of Americans, including hundreds of thousands of Michiganders. It's reckless and it is wrong. Medicaid is a lifeline for people in every single community across this country. It ensures that millions of Michiganders and Americans can have access to quality, affordable health care. And right now, folks across my home state of Michigan are scared about what this bill will mean for their families. I've heard from thousands of my constituents from every corner of the state of Michigan on how these cuts are going to hurt them. So today, I just want to tell you, through my constituent stories, just how detrimental this bill will be for most Americans. Take Isaac from Lansing, for example, who says Medicaid is the only lifeline he has to pay for the medicine that literally keeps him alive. We've also seen how more and more Michiganders and people all across our nation have shouldered the burden of serving as a primary caregiver for an aging parent. It's the ultimate gift that we can give to the people who have raised us. But the cost of critical nursing home and assisted living care continues to rise. Medicaid has become an essential way for our aging seniors to pay for the care that they need. Take Gwen from Grand Rapids, who says she wouldn't be able to pay for an assisted living facility for her grandmother without Medicaid. Many of us know someone, or maybe even love someone, who lives with a disability. Thanks to Medicaid, people with disabilities can get the care that allows them to live healthy and independent lives. That is the case for Wanda from Westland, who takes medication for an eye condition. Without Medicaid, she would not be able to afford her medication, and she could actually go blind. As too many of us know from personal experiences or from friends and loved ones, our country is facing a mental health crisis. Medicaid has become a saving grace for those who desperately need mental health care, but simply cannot afford it. Take Alan from Fort Gratiot, who says losing Medicaid would feel like losing the lives he's been given back through mental health care from Medicaid. Under this bill, rural communities will be especially impacted by cuts to Medicaid. In some counties in Michigan's Upper Peninsula, there's only one health care provider, meaning some Michiganders will have to travel up to 50 miles to get routine or emergency care. Medicaid helps keep these hospitals open. And if this bill passes, people in these rural communities are going to be cut off from basic health services. Medicaid also plays an essential role in making sure that children across Michigan get the care that they need. I heard from Gladys, a mother from Flynn, who says Medicaid is the only reason her kids can get their asthma medication or have regular health checkups. Expecting mothers also reached out to share their concerns. While she is busy preparing to welcome a newborn baby into the world, Chelsea from Fenville is now afraid that she will lose her access to both pre- and post-natal care under this absolutely disastrous bill. I simply can't understand how my Republican colleagues would leave thousands of people across Michigan without the care that they need, all so they can give a tax break to billionaires. On top of that, my Republican colleagues are also proposing deep, harmful cuts to food assistance delivered through SNAP. SNAP serves as an absolute lifeline for millions of Americans, including children, seniors, people with disabilities, and working families. So simply put, if this bill is passed, it will mean people in Michigan and all across our country will go hungry. They will not be able to put food on the table while billionaires pay less taxes. That is just wrong. But it also makes no economic sense either. Every dollar in SNAP benefits generates more than $1.50 in economic activity. This supports local grocery stores, farmers all across our country, and the entire food supply chain. So on top of jeopardizing families' ability to put food on the table, to feed their children, these proposed SNAP cuts would also hurt businesses and jobs, particularly in rural America and in low-income areas. This bill produces the most amount of pain for the least amount of gain of any legislation that I can remember in all the years that I've had the privilege of serving here in the Senate. Mr. President, I can't believe that we are standing here debating this reckless, irresponsible bill. The harm this bill will do to the American people and to the people in my state of Michigan who are counting on Medicaid for health care and on food assistance to help feed their families is absolutely reprehensible. The damage this bill will do to our nation's economic security is not only reckless, it is unconscionable. This is not what our constituents want us to be focused on. They want us to help make their life better. But instead of focusing on that, here we are on the brink of passing a bill so irresponsible that it will destroy our country's economic health, harm millions of Americans, all so a handful of billionaires, the wealthiest of the wealthy, can have another tax break. Mr. President, I will never support such a reckless and catastrophic plan. Mr. President, I yield the floor. No, this is.
Okay, so that was the senator from Michigan. So that now you're getting a flavor of what's about to happen. It doesn't seem like it's going to be in rapid succession. They're going to take their time, they're going to come out, they're going to complain, or this time it might be a Republican that comes out and cheers for it. But in any event, they have a specific amount of time where anybody can walk up and get behind a mic and talk about whatever it is that they choose to talk about. This is how it's going to be throughout the course of the day. So you have to get used to it if you want to be here. It was funny, but what was her name? Katie Britt was on.
Mr. President.
Okay, who's
I
this?
recognize the senator from Idaho.
Idaho.
Thank
So
you,
this
Mr.
is
President. You
probably
get to be here for my
Republican.
second
Okay.
speech. I'm here to talk now about the centerpiece of this reconciliation bill, making the 2017 tax cuts permanent. The One Big Beautiful Bill prevents the largest tax hike in history and provides groundbreaking new tax relief for middle-class workers and families. This legislation permanently extends the Trump tax cuts, which proportionally benefited the middle class the most. If these tax cuts were allowed to expire, taxpayers in all income groups would see massive tax hikes. And a point that my colleagues on the other side seem to consistently forget or ignore is that the vast majority of them, $2.6 trillion worth of those tax cuts or tax increases, would fall on taxpayers making less than $400,000 per year. And the vast majority of that is on taxpayers making and earning in the middle and lower middle income categories. But before I go on to discuss what would happen, I want to address an issue that is just a constant theme on the other side, and that is that this bill is going to be a huge increase in the deficit. Now, here's a quick handwritten chart that my colleague from South Carolina made quickly to respond to them. You heard the previous speaker say that CBO has scored this bill to have a huge multi-trillion-dollar deficit increase. The fact is that CBO has scored this bill to have a $507 billion deficit reduction. You heard that right, a $507 billion deficit reduction. And later on in my remarks, I will point out that that score doesn't even take into account the growth in the economy and the revenue that will come to our Treasury from revitalizing and giving a boost to our economy. So now let's go to the next chart. What will happen if we don't do this? What will happen if we do what the Democrats are demanding that we do? And that is to let this tax increase happen so that they can say they're going to use it to pay the deficit down. The average family of four would see a tax hike of $1,700, and their child tax credit would be cut in half. 20 million small business owners would face massive tax hikes, with some of them facing rates as high as 43%. The standard deduction, which simplifies tax filing for 90% of Americans, would be cut in half. Small businesses and farms would see their death exemption cut in half. The Council of Economic Advisors warns us that this $4 trillion tax hike would also lead to an economic downturn and potential recessionary headwinds, noting that the impacts would disproportionately fall on young people, minorities, and workers without college degrees. We've been working for more than a year on legislation that prevents that outcome and provides an opportunity for us to have additional tax relief that is specifically targeted to benefit low and middle income families and workers. Despite the rhetoric of fear, our critics' rhetoric about tax cut as being for billionaires and corporations, the reality of this legislation prevents a massive tax hike across the board and overwhelmingly benefits middle-class households and job creators. According to the Joint Committee on Taxation, this bill provides more than $600 billion, that's $600 billion more of new tax relief for hardworking Americans. How does it do that? $73 billion in inflation tax relief targeted at income brackets below $100,000 per year. $205 billion in tax relief to the 90% of taxpayers who claim the standard deduction. $93 billion in additional tax relief for seniors through a $6,000 bonus exemption. $124 billion investment in children of low and middle income families, in addition to the permanent doubled child tax credit. I'm going to say that again. The permanent doubled child tax credit. The significant tax relief we are providing to hardworking families includes permanent lower tax rates, letting Americans keep more of their hard-earned money, permanent increased and enhanced standard deduction, claimed by over 90% of taxpayers. On top of making that doubled child tax credit permanent, we are also increasing it for tens of millions of families. Tax relief for seniors in the form of a $6,000 bonus exemption for low and middle income seniors, slashing their tax burden. No tax on tips for millions of tipped workers like waitresses, barbers, hairstylists, and taxi drivers. No tax on overtime for millions of America's hourly workers who work overtime and keep America running. No tax on auto loan interest for new cars made in the United States, allowing the hardworking families of America to fully deduct auto loan interest on American-made cars. Enhanced 529 education savings accounts, making education expenses more affordable and accessible for families. New Trump savings accounts for newborns and children set up to the age of 18, building financial security for the next generation. We make child care more accessible and affordable for working families by enhancing the Child and Dependent Care Credit and the Dependent Care Assistance Program. The list goes on and on. We extend the paid family and medical leave credit and expand health savings and accounts for health care expenses. We repeal onerous IRS reporting requirements on gig workers, reduce the paperwork burden for small businesses, and much more. And all of this just on the individual side of the code. The business side of the tax code has the potential to generate phenomenal economic growth. When my Republican colleagues and I began talking about how to best extend and enhance the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, we agreed that one of our top priorities was to make it permanent. The reforms we made in 2017, including lower rates for corporations and small business owners, along with the international tax reforms, increased domestic investment, boosted economic growth, and increased take-home pay. A growing economy powered a strong labor market. Workers saw record wage growth, and the unemployment rate fell dramatically to the lowest in 50 years at 3.5%. Corporate inversions, which we used to debate endlessly, where businesses leaving America became a thing of the past. They literally ended. And America became the place to do business again. Capital formation exploded in the United States. Restoring these critical business provisions and making them permanent is a key to driving additional growth and investment in the United States. For businesses that spur investment and economic activity across the country, this bill makes the 20% small business deduction permanent, enabling job creation and spurring local economic activity. Restores and makes permanent full expensing for domestic research and development, encouraging domestic innovation. Restores and makes permanent full expensing for new capital investments, like machinery and equipment, boosting domestic production. Restores and makes permanent interest deductibility, helping to finance critical domestic investments and keep America globally competitive. It includes full expensing for new factories and factory improvements to accelerate domestic manufacturing. Permanently renews and enhances the Opportunity Zone program, driving $100+ billion of investment to rural and distressed communities. According to the Tax Foundation, permanence for the bill's 4 cost recovery provisions I've just reviewed would more than double the long-run economic effect. The National Association of Manufacturers predicts $248 billion in economic growth will come from the manufacturing sector alone, along with over 1 million jobs and over $100 billion in new wages. The National Federation of Independent Businesses says that making the small business deduction permanent will create 1.2 million jobs over 10 years, growing to 2.4 million jobs in the long run. That growth also means more federal revenue created right along the way. And the Council of Economic Advisors estimates that the tax legislation alone, this tax legislation alone, will drive more than $2 trillion in offsetting deficit reduction, thanks to permanent provisions that power economic growth and incentivize investment. Over a 10-year window, with this legislation in effect, the Council of Economic Advisors estimates that debt as a share of GDP will fall to 94%, compared to 117% if the Trump tax cuts expire. And this chart is important to look at. This is what happens to our deficit if we pass this tax legislation and grow our economy. And this is what happens if we don't. The red line is what happens if we don't. Over a 10-year window with this legislation in effect, as this chart shows, the estimate is 94% compared to 117% if the Trump tax cuts expire. So while my colleagues on the other side complain and complain that we will not let taxes go up, this is what will happen if they do go up. Far from adding to the deficit, this legislation will finally put us on a sound financial footing as we power growth and curb spending. For those who claim that this bill will add over $4 trillion to the deficit, it bears repeating. Preventing a $4 trillion tax hike is not the same as deficit spending. And those who say that we should let a $4 trillion tax hike go into effect to pay down the national debt, every tax increase that Congress has adopted for as long as I can remember was not used to pay down the national debt. It was used to increase spending. And that's exactly what is going to happen if the Democrats have their way and force this tax hike to happen. It was used by Congress to spend more money, not to reduce debt. Extending current tax policy means that tax revenue as a percent of GDP will remain relatively unchanged. We do not have a revenue problem in America. We have a spending problem. That's why we asked JCT to score this legislation under a more realistic scenario using a current policy baseline. The Council of Economic Advisors estimates that making the Trump tax cuts permanent, combined with other Trump administration pro-growth policies like regulatory reform and so forth, it will increase federal revenues by more than $4 trillion, far more than offsetting any deficit estimates. When combined with the $1.6 trillion in spending reductions, this bill represents historic savings for taxpayers, far exceeding the spending reductions in the past by hundreds of billions of dollars. And I want to look at this chart. I've talked a lot about tax cuts and protecting against tax increases and economic growth that happens from that. But reducing spending is another critical priority that we must address. And in addition to the pro-growth tax policy that I've just described, we cut spending by $1.6 trillion. This chart shows how other bills have tried to take a shot at reducing spending in the past. We far exceed any spending reduction bill that Congress has ever passed. We're paying attention to the revenue side, and we're paying attention to the spending side. To achieve this record level of savings, we are slashing President Biden's Green New Deal spending and promoting an America First energy policy. We are eliminating hundreds of billions of dollars of the Green New Deal subsidies, including ending wasteful credits like the EV tax credit. We stopped penalizing fossil fuels in favor of unreliable and expensive green energy, and instead support consistent energy sources, making energy affordable again. We are also rooting out waste, fraud, and abuse in federal spending programs, as my colleague from South Carolina mentioned, like those that we have identified in Medicaid. This will not reduce benefits for those who are qualified and for whom Medicaid was intended. It will reduce waste, fraud, and abusive scams that are being used to get the American taxpayer to funnel money into states or into other programs. This program was created to help pregnant women, children, and seniors in America and those with disabilities. We are continuing to protect them. They will not lose benefits, and the politics of fear that you hear constantly are simply false. But in recent years, the Democrats have incentivized Medicaid to enroll healthy Americans and illegal immigrants, driving up costs for taxpayers and risking the program's sustainability for those who need it the most. This is what has happened. This is what's happening to the enrollment and the spending in Medicaid. The fate of this expansion is an unsustainable path and puts the future of the program at risk, including the United States federal debt. As spending has surged, so have inappropriate payments and ineligible enrollments, along with gimmicks and loopholes. People are alarmed by these statistics, but official reports indicate that the federal government made $543 billion in inappropriate Medicaid payments from 2015 through 2024. Some experts think that that number is closer to $1 trillion. That is what we are addressing in this legislation. We have the responsibility to ensure that programs like Medicaid work efficiently and effectively and remain financially viable for those for whom it was designed to help. For months, my Democrat colleagues have engaged in the politics of fear, warning that Republicans are going to rip this critical program from those most in need. Let me be clear. This legislation does not take Medicaid away from any recipients for whom the program was designed to help. Children, the elderly, the disabled or infirm, adults caring for children, and elderly relatives are protected by this bill. We would not be honoring our obligation to these recipients if we allow the program to continue to balloon, forcing vulnerable populations to compete for available resources with able-bodied adults who refuse to work. As one father recently wrote in the Wall Street Journal, Medicaid was created to help people like my son. He is 17, has severe autism and epilepsy, and needs constant attention. Yet thanks to Obamacare's Medicaid expansion, he is stuck on a multi-year waiting list for an in-home care because able-bodied adults are competing for the same results. CBO estimates that over 1.4 million illegal aliens are receiving Medicaid benefits. I'm talking about those who are not United States citizens and are not legally in the United States, receiving Medicaid benefits, and pushing those like this man's 17-year-old son out of his opportunity to get access to those benefits. Brett Guthrie, the chairman of the Energy and Commerce Committee in the House, correctly notes, every dollar misspent on illegal immigrants and ineligible individuals in the Medicaid program means less money going to our children, our pregnant women and mothers, individuals, and others who are disabled and seniors. Republicans are committed to preserving and strengthening Medicaid for the people Medicaid was intended to serve. That starts with making common sense reforms to eliminate waste, fraud, and abuse in the program. This bill targets rampant fraud in the program by removing illegal aliens, deceased recipients, or those enrolled in multiple states. It eliminates wasteful spending by ensuring that Medicaid payments align with levels in Medicare and other spending programs, and increases the frequency of eligibility checks. It requires more personal accountability and promotes pathways to work for able-bodied adults. The work requirements proposed in this legislation are simple. Many people are amazed that they're so easy to meet and yet so rigorously opposed. If you are an able-bodied adult without dependents, you can qualify for taxpayer-funded Medicaid by spending 20 hours per week working or participating in work training or going to school or participating in community service or volunteer work. The majority of Americans agree that these rules are responsible guardrails to protect a program that was designed to protect America's most vulnerable Americans. The bill also corrects abusive practices by freezing and reducing provider taxes, a financial gimmick used by states to increase federal spending that they receive. For those concerned about funding for rural hospitals during the transition back to responsible funding levels, the legislation creates a bridge funding system to help stabilize rural hospitals and enhance their long-term financial solvency. And while Democrats claim Republicans are slashing Medicaid spending, the reality is that even with these reforms, Medicaid spending is projected to continue to grow by billions of dollars over the next 10 years. Only in Washington is a smaller increase in spending considered a cut. In reality, these reforms will improve, protect, and preserve Medicaid for the most vulnerable Americans. We've had a very robust debate over how to best deliver on President Trump's agenda, and I'm proud of what we achieved in this legislation. The tax provisions in our bill, from permanent extension of the lower tax rate to the increased child tax credit to the permanent tax relief for businesses, will deliver financial security for American families and grow our economy. The health care provisions will protect and preserve Medicaid for the Americans that the program was designed to serve. And while more work remains, this bill's economic growth, combined with deficit reduction that we have in it, finally puts our country on a much better fiscal trajectory. Speaking of work, I would be remiss if I did not take a moment to thank the excellent staff from the Joint Committee on Taxation, the Congressional Budget Office, and the Senate Legislative Council for the hard work and countless hours they have put in to get us to this point. Some of them have been working with us on these provisions for years, and we greatly appreciate your partnership in this effort. I ask unanimous consent to have these individuals' names printed in the record. Thank you. I also have to thank my incredible staff who have foregone sleep over the past several months to provide timely, indispensable insight, facts, legislative text, counsel, and so much more. Without them, we would not be at this point and ready to deliver this much needed growth-focused policy for the American people. I ask unanimous consent to have the names of my entire Finance Committee staff printed in the record.
Without objection.
Thank you. Even with all that, and all that we accomplish in this legislation, there are dozens of additional good ideas, smart policies, and common sense reforms that we were not able to include today. And I commit to working with my colleagues to advance those goals as well as we move forward. But today's historic legislation is more than a good start and will pay dividends for American families. Extending good tax policy, delivering targeted relief, and reining in wasteful spending, as achieved in this bill, is the best way to restore economic prosperity and opportunity for all Americans. I look forward to getting it to the President's desk as soon as possible. Thank you, Mr. President.
Okay, while they're waiting for the next person to come up, I've got a video to show you. This was Katie Britt. I showed you a little bit of her earlier. Let's go ahead and listen to what because he just brought it up too, the work requirement for Medicaid.
Talk about them in terms of your constituents, because there are about 760,000 Alabamans who rely on Medicaid. The bill will also cut federal funding for food stamps. It will require states to kick in more and shift a lot of that cost to Alabama. And that's more than 750,000 Alabamans who rely on what we're going to call food stamps, including 330,000 children. So are you guaranteeing that these changes that you were voting for Monday, presumably, will not hurt recipients in Alabama of Medicaid, of food stamps or SNAP, for those who are citizens and for those who truly need it and deserve it?
Absolutely. So when you look at Medicaid, children, obviously, we have the Children's Health Insurance Program. So children are absolutely not touched by this. Same thing when it comes to SNAP benefits. So we've made sure that that is taken off the table. What you're talking about is able-bodied, working-aged Americans without dependents at home, having them work, train, volunteer in some capacity 20 hours a week in order to receive those government benefits. This goes back to Bill Clinton era politics, when you know that being a part of something bigger than yourselves, helping to contribute, is ultimately what we need to do. And it's actually the American people agree with us on this. But when you look at what's happening in Alabama specifically, you know, you think about what you mentioned with regards to SNAP. What we're doing on that is ensuring that states have some skin in the game. If you have an error rate that is down below 6%, which Alabama is about a percentage point, a little bit over that, above that, we will have time. We have several years to make sure that we get that percentage point down. And I have every faith and belief that we will. We've got to make sure that these overpayments, underpayments that are happening, we've seen it in our own state where people's benefits are being stolen from other states, that stuff stops. If states, obviously under the Biden administration, we stopped that accountability during for the SNAP program, reinstituting it and ensuring that states have some skin in the game will ultimately help us be able to deliver these resources and services that these people so desperately need.
Yeah, I mean, I've heard your fellow Senator Tuberville talk about he's worried that your state can't afford it. Your state can't afford to pick up the slack.
What we can afford to do is get it right. And so if you think about moving that percentage rate down.
I've never seen so many people argue on behalf of people who are scamming the system. These people are able-bodied. That's who they're specifically talking about. They're not talking about people who need it, people who are affirmed, injured, mentally affected, disabled. No, we're talking about able-bodied people who need to get their butts off the couch, stop watching old Oprah reruns, and go to work. That's it. We are not here to feed you. I am not your mama. I am not your daddy. You need to get out there and earn a living. And for some reason, the Democrats have a problem with this. They have a problem with this making people work. Why? Because it's not their money. It's your money. Also, I want to bring this up real quick because this is kind of funny. This one here, you gotta laugh at this. All right, so let me set the stage with you. Earlier, I spoke of this, and now I just want to show you something that happened. All right, so check this out. Yesterday, or was it, yesterday? Yeah, yesterday, President Trump posted this. Numerous people have come forward wanting to run in the primary against Senator Tillis. I will be meeting with them over the coming weeks, looking for someone who will properly represent the great people of North Carolina. I told you about this morning. He then followed it up. Let me see if I can see his follow-up tweet. He followed it up with this. He says Tom Tillis has hurt the great people of North Carolina. This is this morning at 10:20, as you can see. Even out of catastrophic flooding, nothing was done to help until I took office. Then a miracle took place. Tillis is a talker and a complainer, not a doer. He's even worse than Rand Fauci Paul. So he's been beating up on Tom Tillis, and finally Tom Tillis decided that he's going to raise the white flag and go away. President Trump completely, as I put, gangster whacked Tom Tillis. He has decided not to run for re-election. He is now going to be a lame duck senator from North Carolina, and he's out. He's done. I quit. So you're telling me two Truth Social posts, and whatever happened yesterday with J.D. Vance at the Capitol, he's done. That's it. Done. Getting these rhinos out. So I understand now we're up to like 3 or 4 who will not be running for re-election. All right, let's listen to what this dude has to say.
Missouri, $6.1 billion. Kentucky, $12 billion. Louisiana would lose $20 billion. North Carolina, $38.9 billion. Senator Tillis and I were in conversation yesterday, and he used that very same figure. His analysis says that to go forward with this bill cuts Medicaid reimbursement in his home state of North Carolina by a whopping $38.9 billion. This list of states and what they will lose was passed around by a Republican senator to his own caucus. They know what they're up against here. If Republicans have their way and pass this bill, hospitals will be forced to shrink or eliminate services. In Decatur, Illinois, one of the major hospitals facing the crunch time had to make a decision whether they keep their doors open. They did, but they eliminated OBGYN, delivering babies, and they eliminated all mental health and addiction counseling, 2 critical areas for the hospitals. So these doctors, this bill will force hospitals to shrink or eliminate services. Doctors and nurses will leave, and in some cases, the hospital will close. Imagine that in a rural area, a remote area, an extra 45 minutes, an extra hour in the car with somebody in the front seat you love very much who's in a desperate situation. As it stands today, half of the rural hospitals around the country already operate in a danger zone. And it's the same thing for children's hospitals. You have one in your community that you've used? I do. These children's hospitals have warned us they can't keep their doors open if Medicaid is cut as dramatically as the Republicans want to cut it. If Republicans have their way, we're going to see massive layoffs, fewer nurses, technicians, and doctors, along with decreasing quality of care. The American Hospital Association has estimated how these cuts to Medicaid could impact not just jobs at red state hospitals, but across the entire economy. Here's what they found. If the Republican provision goes through that cuts Medicaid reimbursement in order to provide tax breaks for wealthy people, Maine, as an example, one state, would lose 5,000 jobs. Kansas, 6,200 jobs. Iowa, 11,000 jobs. Missouri, 26,600 jobs. I've talked to the administrator of BJC in St. Louis, Missouri. The reason is it's not just a Missouri hospital. They have their facilities on the Illinois side of the river. In fact, 1/3 of their patients are from Illinois, and 1/3 of their patients overall use Medicaid to go to their hospital. So he's told me what's going to happen if the Republican measure goes through and the cutbacks to these hospitals. They came up with, incidentally, the rescue fund to solve the political problem. I want to check to make sure Senator Murray can back me up on this. Our overall cut in Medicaid now is about $1 trillion. Correct. $1 trillion. Imagine, this is Washington, we talk in those terms. Cutting Medicaid nationwide $1 trillion. And the rescue plan for the small hospitals that are in danger, the ones I've talked about, $1 trillion cut. How big's the rescue plan? $25 billion. Do the math. It's a joke. It is a joke. If Republican leaders think this is an adequate amount to alleviate pain all of our nation's rural hospitals are going to feel, then that's like trying to put out a forest fire with a garden hose. This simply won't work. I want to conclude by saying this. We passed the Affordable Care Act 15 years ago. Of all the things that I've worked on in Congress, I think it had more positive impact to help the families across America than anything. We found a way to make health insurance more affordable for families 15 years ago. And to do it, we held hearings. 100 hearings on the Affordable Care Act, Obamacare is what they called it, roundtables, walkthroughs. 2 committees spent a combined 21 days holding markups so that everyone could offer an amendment. Do you know how many amendments were made to the Obamacare program? 400. 400 votes in committee and on the floor on amendments. 147 Republican amendments were included, though not a single Republican senator ended up supporting the Obamacare when it was all over. What do we have here with this measure? At the end of the day, that legislation, the Obamacare, allowed more than 40 million Americans to gain health insurance. Today, how many hearings have we had on the bill that's before us, this dramatic multi-trillion-dollar bill? None. 0. Not a single one. 0 markups for senators to offer amendments. 400 amendments on Obamacare. None on this one until it comes to the floor today. 0 bipartisan input. Our friends on the Republican side have said basically it's a big deal. Take it or leave it. Should this bill become law, do you know what we'll done? Thrown 16 million Americans off health insurance and closed many vulnerable small hospitals, all to pay for tax breaks for millionaires and billionaires. Maybe some of my Republicans are okay with that. I don't think the American people are. I'm hoping that sanity and common sense prevail. We need 4. We need 4 senators to step up and say, stop this train. We've got to sit down and do our homework. We cannot expose the American families and the American economy to do this in the name of preserving tax breaks for the wealthiest people. Elon Musk seems to be doing okay in life, right? The wealthiest man in the world. Do you know what the tax break is for Elon Musk on the bill that's before us on the floor? $346,000, a lot of money. To him, he won't even notice it. Giving him a tax break, he won't notice, and taking away health insurance from families who will be devastated, 16 million around the country. It's an important choice, and it's one we should make the right one. I yield the floor.
Well, that was a crock of crap. Absolute crock of crap. What he didn't tell you is how much taxes that Elon Musk pays. He basically pays like a GDP of a small country, but they never tell you that. Because it pales in comparison to what he actually pays into the government. And millionaires and billionaires. Notice how they've slid that in now. Before it was the billionaires. It's only here to help the billionaires. But now it's millionaires as well. Because they can't get enough money for their spending. Now, Rand Paul is up next. He just disgusts me. As this guy said, Durbin, he goes, we need 3 or 4 votes, which tells you something. That should have just been a big tell to you. Tell, if you play poker, you understand what a tell means. It means you can tell what somebody has in their hands. I can tell what he has in his hands right now. He doesn't have the votes to win. He doesn't. He's going to get Rand Paul. I'm sure when I tick over here, you can hear Rand Paul talking. He's going to get Rand Paul. But he's not going to get enough. Probably going to get Tom Tillis. Going to have 2. And I don't think he's going to get the other 2 that he needs to stop President Trump. So he's begging. The Democrats are basically begging at this point.
Assume that the law won't change for 10 years, even as most of the politicians that make the laws risk being replaced every 2 years. And all of them advocate for changes of one stripe or another. Schuler states that few in Washington will admit Congress has a knack for starting any proposed cuts in the later years while letting spending run wild in the immediate future. Sometimes these predictions are off by $1 trillion or so because the economy grew more slowly or more quickly than anticipated. Bruce Thompson, a former Senate aide and Assistant Secretary of Treasury, writes, The Congressional Budget Office miscalculated the deficit last year by $1 trillion. So in deciding whether to vote for any big, monstrous bill, it helps to ask the right question. To me, the most pertinent question is, how will the bill affect the deficit in the next year? Currently, our deficit is estimated to be a little under $2 trillion this year. What will happen to the debt in 2026 if this bill passes? Well, using the math most favorable to the supporters of the bill, referred to as the policy baseline, the deficit in 2026 will still be $270 billion more than this year. So even using the math, even using the formulas that the supporters of the bill like, the deficit will grow by $270 billion next year. That's just not good if you profess to be fiscally conservative. Why will the deficit grow next year? Well, even if you argue that the 2017 tax cuts don't need to be counted in the calculation at all, the new tax cuts add up to $234 billion to the debt next year. In addition, the big not-so-beautiful bill adds new spending of over $500 billion, military, border, agricultural subsidies, etc. That spending is front-loaded and will be spent in the first 4 years of the 10-year window. Legislative spending is one of the few items in the bill that is exact. It isn't estimated. If they say they'll spend $500 billion, they're going to spend $500 billion, all in the first few years. So in order not to add to the deficit, the BBB, the big not-so-beautiful bill, has to have corresponding spending cuts to counter all the new spending. Unfortunately, the spending cuts are backloaded to the final 5 years of the 10-year window when several tax cuts expire and the spending increases are finished. In addition, elections occur every 2 years and could easily wipe out any perceived savings that might occur in the later years. The only real certainty in this budget drama are the budget years coming in the immediate future. It's the next year or two are the only things that are actually of any certainty. So if we analyze this bill from that perspective, we discover that the bill increases the debt by $500 billion in the first 5 years. This is not the CBO projection that Republicans have not liked. This is the projection they are using, says the debt will add $500 billion in the first 5 years. Now, they say somehow, miraculously, in the last 5 years, it gets to a $500 billion in savings. So it's $1 trillion shift from year 5 to year 10. The CBO scores it differently, not as encouraging, and says it adds over $3 trillion in debt. So which is it? Does this bill save $500 billion over 10, or does it add $3 trillion over 10? The truth is that even a person with a magic crystal ball, it's anybody's guess. Which brings us back to, maybe we have to judge the effects of the big, not-so-beautiful bill by looking at what happens to the debt next year. Supporters of the bill admit it adds $270 billion to the debt next year. That's the only thing we know for certain. We don't know what happens in year 3, 4, 7, 8, 9, 10, but we know next year this bill will grow the deficit by $270 billion. In addition, the bill increases the debt ceiling by $5 trillion. What does that mean? That is an admission that they know they aren't controlling the deficit. They know that the ensuing years will add trillions more. So we're adding $2 trillion this year, but they're anticipating, the authors of the bill anticipating adding more than $2 trillion next year. That doesn't sound at all conservative to me, and that's why I'm a no.
Mr. President.
I recognize the senator from Oregon.
Mr. President, joining me on the floor are experts in the budget process, former chairs and ranking members, Senator Murray, who's been Senate Budget Chair from 2013 to 2015, Senator Whitehouse, who's Senate Budget Chair 2023 through 2025, Senator Van Hollen, who was the ranking Democrat on the House Budget Committee in 2011 through 2017. We're here to address a fundamental violation of the law, of Law 313, Section 313, and it is the set of rules for reconciliation. To try to summarize this in the simplest words possible, 100 senators voted to have a special fast-track, filibuster-free pathway solely for reducing the debt. First principle was no deficits could be created in a 10-year period. Our Republican colleagues blew that up in 1996 when they wanted to do a tax bill that would create massive deficits. Then, a second pillar was no deficits in any title of the bill in any year after the first 10 years. This bill right now, if this passes, that blows that up. And the third was use honest numbers, Congressional Budget Office numbers. I have a letter here from the Congressional Budget Office, and they say, the estimate is relative to CBO's January 2025 baseline. CBO is required to construct its baseline under the assumptions specified in the Balanced Budget and Emergency Deficit Control Act and the Congressional Budget and Impoundment Act. In response to your questions about the cost of Title VII, the question was, would Title VII increase the deficit by more than the $1.5 trillion over the 2025 through 34 period? The answer is yes. CBO estimates that enacting would increase the deficit by nearly $3.5 trillion over the 2025-2034 period. $3.5 trillion. We then asked, would it increase deficits in the years beyond 2034, beyond the 10-year window? The answer was yes. But if you ask my Republican friends, they say, no, no, no. We're inventing a new theory, and that is that anything that the 2017 tax giveaway to the billionaires put into the law that expired after 10 years, we're just going to assume it would have continued, and therefore us continuing it doesn't cost anything. That's a pretty crazy notion, that if they didn't put it into the bill, the law says it ends, but they say, no, no, it would have continued anyway through some magical way. So therefore, a tax break for the really wealthy costs nothing. This is exactly the type of lying to ourselves, smoke and mirrors that 100 senators agreed to end back in 1974. And that it has continued, that piece of it has continued in place for 51 years until this moment in this Senate by this Republican majority says we're going to start lying to ourselves and lying to the American people about what this bill costs. But we're not going to lie. We're going to tell you the truth. This bill costs well over $3 trillion over 10 years and some $30+ trillion on top of existing deficits and debt because of the provisions that are in this particular bill. Our current debt, national debt, that's been run up since the Declaration of Independence is around $36.5 trillion. This bill basically matches that in creating that much additional debt over the next 30 years. This is a huge assault on the programs that we can sustain as a nation for the people of America. People struggling to get on their feet, so we want affordable housing programs. We want to have fair and quality health care. We want to have an education system that gives every child the opportunity to thrive. We want to create a robust economy through investment so there are good jobs, because no government program is better than a good job. All those imperiled by this bill because the Republican leadership is lying to the American people and lying to ourselves. So we're here to tell the truth, and first of all, we're going to turn to Senator Murray, who, as I mentioned, was the Senate Budget Chair from 2013 to 2015.
Mr. President.
I recognize the senator from Washington State.
I thank the senator from Oregon and our other budget chairs, ranking members from previous years, because this is really important. Mr. President, there are some things you can't change with legislation, despite what my colleagues on the other side of the aisle seem to believe. For example, 1 + 1 is 2. And while $1 trillion might have a lot of zeros in it, it is, in fact, a much, much bigger number. Now, that might sound obvious, but apparently my colleagues across the aisle need a little reminder, because right now, Republicans are pretending not to get it. It is almost beyond belief, and it is certainly beyond common sense. After years of complaining about the debt, in fact, at the same time they're talking about how we need to address the debt, Republicans now are suddenly pretending They don't know how to count. Republicans are suddenly pretending the parliamentarian doesn't exist if they don't talk to her. Republicans are suddenly pretending that precedent doesn't exist if they just fake amnesia, and that norms and consequences for breaking them will disappear if they wish it away really hard. My preschool students had more common sense. Republicans should know if they replace math.
Well, to break in here, one of the reasons why the Republicans aren't paying any attention to the parliamentarian, I might have an idea as to why that actually is happening. And it happened about 10 minutes ago. President Trump, great Congressman Jeff Stube, is 100% correct. An unelected Senate staffer, the parliamentarian, should not be allowed to hurt the Republicans' bill. Wants many things out. No! No! Exclamation point. Nothing else further said. Nope, it ain't gonna happen. So, I think maybe perhaps the Democrats got the lay of the land here, and they found out that President Trump was like, I don't care who she is. We are not going to let some unelected bleacher sitter decide how we're going to run this country. Ain't going to happen. I don't care if she's been there since 2012. And you know what? None of us care either.
I don't care. I don't care. I don't care. I don't care.
I think that's one of the problems with the Democrats at this point. They realize that most of America doesn't care. We're done with you people. You're wasting your time up there doing your speeches, your little speeches that you're giving, trying to lie your way through, trying to get some people, more people to come over to your side. And I've got, one of the things about the media is now sticking up for these people who don't want to work. It's amazing. This was Mark Wayne Mullen on what did Russ used to call them? Meet the Depressed.
I mean, what is so hard about requiring an able-bodied individual with no dependents, no sickness, to work 20 hours a week? I know you work more than 20 hours this weekend alone. What is so hard about having a work requirement there with someone that has no medical condition and no dependents? We don't pay people in this country to be lazy. Yeah. We want to give them an opportunity, and when they're going through a hard time, we want to give them a helping hand. That's what Medicaid was designed for, and unfortunately it's been abused. And so what we are focused on is making sure that Medicaid is there for people in the future that need it and get rid of the fraud, waste, and abuse.
So it's just worth noting 92% of people on Medicaid are either working or would qualify for an exemption. I do want to move on to this landmark Supreme Court decision.
So she throws that little caveat out there, doesn't let him talk about it. Oh yeah, so you understand 92% of people, blah, blah, blah. Where'd you get that number from, honey? Did someone in your ear say that? Give you who has that number? And then even using your numbers, you're saying 8% of the people on Medicare or Medicaid rather are frauds. We're talking tens of millions of people. 8%, nearly 10% of the people on Medicaid are frauds. Every year. How much money is that? Take 10% on the total amount of people using your own math that are on Medicaid. That's going to come down to probably, I don't know, 60. The numbers are astounding. If there's 60 million people on Medicaid, which is that in of itself is crazy, and 10% of that 6 million, 7 million people are fraudulently taking Medicaid. That's a staggering number. And then multiply that over the last couple of years. That's absolutely, that's stunningly insane. Just crazy. But they're okay with it. Hey, it's not that bad. By our own math, it's only 10% of people who are thieves. Only 10% of the people are stealing from Americans. And then how many of those people aren't even from here? They're having a problem with the work requirement. Imagine that. They want people not to pay their fair share. You see, if you're not paying your fair share in money, are you at least paying your fair share in hours? How many hours are you putting in to make sure that your stuff is taken care of? Why do you not feel you need to put in these hours? Why am I here on a Sunday afternoon at 5 o'clock doing this, and you sitting at home eating bonbons? There's something wrong with our entire way of looking at things, and our government, half the government, that's like, yeah, they're okay. Why? Because they vote for us. So because they vote for us, we should just pander to them and let them suck off the teat, T-E-A-T, I didn't say the bad word, T-E-A-T, of the government. I'm done. I want to know everything you guys are going to do to lessen our burden. And if meaning that, Jerome has to get his butt off the couch and go to work, I don't care if he clocks outside of a 7-Eleven as long as I'm not paying for him. I'm sorry. That's just how I feel. How do you feel? It's absolutely insane here. Let me talk to you real quick here about Rumble, because they've been working with me, and I'm absolutely loving it. Loving what's going on with Rumble. When Rumble first started in 2013, I didn't really know it was that long ago. They built a platform for the small creator. They didn't censor or have any biases. They were fair and treated all creators equally. No one thought platforms would censor political conversation or censor opinions on, the pandemic, but they did. Facebook admitted they felt the pressure from the Biden and Harris administration. There's more than pressure. And Rumble didn't. They held the line. They are attacked daily for giving us a voice to talk to you. They are attacked in corporate media. They are attacked by governments like France. They're attacked from brand advertisers who refuse to work with them. Corporate America is fighting to remove speech. Rumble is fighting to keep it. Rumble won't survive with brand advertisers. They don't get much of it at all. Watching our show here with the Fanfare family on Rumble is the most that they can ask from you, and that's all I can ask of you. But if you really believe in this fight, and if you have the means, if you have the means, one major way you can help Rumble survive is by joining Rumble Premium. Join a community that believes in the First Amendment and believes in our human right to free speech. Rumble is offering $10 off with the promo code STUDIO when you purchase an annual subscription. Go to rumble.com/premium and use promo code STUDIO, or just click right over here on the QR code. In any event, if you have the means and you believe in the cause, now is the time that you might want to join Rumble Premium. And if you don't have the means, we're happy that you just watch us here on Rumble. All right, so let's continue with this fiasco here.
Wand maneuver, because they know pretty darn well what the parliamentarians' ruling would be. And how do they know what the parliamentarians' ruling would be? Because the answer's in their own damn bill. I yield the floor.
Would the senator from Rhode Island yield for a question?
Of course.
You mentioned the use of Section 312, which gives some flexibility to resolve, as you put it, minor issues on a bipartisan basis to correct an issue, a technical issue. In those cases you mentioned, were those on a reconciliation bill?
Were they on a reconciliation bill? I don't believe they were.
No, they were not.
They were
In fact,
just...
that power has never been used on a reconciliation bill, because the following Section 313 gives very specific instructions. It says each provision must be costed out for its impact on both outlays, the spending side, or revenue, should it be a revenue measure. And if you're saying, well, how do I do that? You say, well, if we pass this provision, what will it cost as compared to not passing this provision, not having the bill? That's a comparison to current law. This ability of the budget chair, and actually the law says the budget committee, to correct technical issues on narrow issues on a bipartisan basis, basically solve snarly little budgeting questions like on the dairy program you mentioned, never used on reconciliation ever, never used on a broad basis ever, never used to create a lie about what a bill costs in this fashion. Now we're turning to a senator from Maryland, who was ranking Democrat on the House Budget Committee for 6 years, So he brings a lot of experience and knowledge about the budget process. Senator Van Hollen.
Well, Mr. President, I thank my colleague and the ranking member of the Senate Budget Committee, Senator Merkley. I just want to start by reading a statement. This is a quote. Anyone that says current policy baseline is the right way to go is engaging in intellectual and economic fraud. It's intellectually lazy. My basic mission in life is just to try to create some honest math, unquote. That wasn't from Senator Van Hollen or anyone on this floor. This was from a Republican member of the House, Congressman Schweikert from Arizona, talking about exactly the issue we're debating here in the United States Senate. Let me read you another quote, a little more colorful. Again, about this Republican accounting fraud. Quote, this is fairy dust, and they're just full of crap, and I'm going to call them out on it. Republican Congressman Chip Roy of Texas. They're right. This is a fraud. This is a fraud that would make the Enron scammers blush. And I quote those House members for a reason, because we can disagree with what they did in their bill, and I strongly disagree with it. But at least they used honest math, and at least they used the math that is required by the rules here in the Senate. The honest math that Republicans here in the Senate want to dodge because it will both tell the American people just how big the deficits are, but also because it will screw up their whole entire plan. Just so people listening have some sense of how these Senate numbers are designed to disguise the real impact of their deficits. Look at, for example, the basic individual tax rates in the House bill. When they extended those tax rates from the Trump 2017 bill, it costs $2.2 trillion. Under what we call the current law baseline, which is the reality baseline, because that's what it will cost when you understand that they sunset at the end of this year, and that's what it will cost to renew them. So under honest accounting, it's $2.2 trillion. Under the Senate fraudulent accounting, that $2.2 trillion deficit miraculously becomes an $83 billion deficit. Let's look at the House permanent extension of key deductions for businesses. That would cost honest accounting $821 billion. Under the Senate accounting scam, $6 billion. So what we're seeing here is this blatant, deliberate effort to mislead the American people about the true costs of this bill, about the deficit impacts of this bill, about how it will impact the debt. And we all know that when the debt goes up and we have to put more of our costs on Uncle Sam's credit card, it puts upward pressure on interest rates. That means Americans will pay higher interest rates on their mortgages, on their car loans, and everything else. So when you try to hide the deficit impact, you really are trying to fool the American people, and we're here to blow the whistle. Now, I just want to show our colleagues something that was put together by the Committee for a Responsible Budget. And if you look at the blue, you can see for each year, starting this year, 2025, 2006, the blue is what Senate Republicans claim their bill will add to the deficit. The red is how much more it will actually add to the deficit. So at the end of this 10-year period, what you see is Senate Republicans are claiming that their bill will add $441 billion, which is still a big number, but the real number when you do honest accounting, when you add up all of these, it's $4.2 trillion, a much bigger number. Now, I do want to point something out on this chart. I think everybody watching should understand it. If you look at these orange parts, these are the additional deficits from tax cuts. Starting here in year 2029, 2030, you'll see that they actually do start going down. Why is that? It's because the tax cut that President Trump promised for no tax on tips, they phased those out. This is all just a make-believe ruse. Yeah, we start providing no tax on tips, but those disappear. The tax breaks for wealthy people, they go on, and they go on not just for this 10-year period, but the reason they violate all the rules of reconciliation is because they keep going on after that. And as Senator Merkley said, if you look at the entire history of the Byrd rule, that's Senator Byrd, it was designed to make sure that 51 senators through a vote could not make these kind of permanent changes in any area, but specifically they were worried about areas that increased the national deficit and debt. So what Republican senators are doing is not only misleading the American people, but they're violating the entire structure that carved out this special procedure that we call reconciliation for the budget, which was intended to lower deficits and debts, not have them go on forever. As Senator Merkley has pointed out, I think if you look over a 30-year period, we're talking about $35 trillion plus additional to the debt. And Republicans want to hide that from the American people. That is budget fraud, pure and simple, and it is a violation of the rules of the United States Senate. This whole special structure that was created not to blow bigger holes in the debt and deficits, but to actually try to constrain them. So shame on everybody who's part of this fraud on the American people. I yield back my time.
Would the senator from Maryland yield for a question?
I will.
I found it very interesting that you pointed out that these tax provisions for the middle class, no tax on tips, is phased out, and no tax on overtime is phased out. And what you're saying, I believe, is that when they put into this bill that a tax break is ending, they're saying that it doesn't cost any more in the following years.
So they are certainly saying that their current policy baseline that they want us to make believe about would say that this wouldn't cost them. In other words, if they extended this, it wouldn't cost anything. It is interesting to note, not only does that expose the fraud behind the current policy baseline, but they made a very deliberate choice. Even though they now say that they can make these tax cuts permanent and still comply with the rules, they decided to make the tax cuts for very rich people permanent.
I just don't get these people. They make things up out of thin air, and they are deliberately trying to drive a wedge between the haves and the almost haves. See, what they really want is to drive a wedge and make sure the have-nots, people who don't have anything, they see this as a problem. What the big problem is their base. Most of their base doesn't pay taxes. And so everybody else who's looking for a tax base, a tax break, looks like an evil person. And like, hey man, we don't want to keep carrying the load here. We're tired of carrying the load. That whole fair share stuff is a bunch of BS. Pay your own load. And they never can define it, and so they try to play it off as though, hey, listen, you're not going to get the break that you want, but they're not telling you what the next bill is, the rescission package. These guys lie for a living. Mark Wayne Mullen posted this and wanted to show it to you. He goes, the remaining state steps to get the one big beautiful bill done. Procedural vote 5149, that was last night. Full bill read on the floor, that was last night. And this is the part that sucks, up to 20 hours of debate. And now they're going to just come out with the dog and pony show and try to talk between now and tomorrow. Then the vote-a-rama on the amendments then the final Senate passage, then it goes back to the House, then President Trump can sign it into law. I want you guys to actually take a picture of this, keep it on your phone so you can keep score at home and understand where we are in the process. I was trying to explain it to you. Now we have a visual. This is your government. This is your government at work. And we are 2 steps into 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 steps. And we need to get all this done by July 2nd, July 3rd. So up to 20 hours between now, or actually they started about 4 o'clock. From 4 o'clock till almost noon tomorrow, they're going to be blah, blah, blah. So they're going to be doing this all night long. All night long. I'm going to cut out of here. I'm going to go to dinner. I'm going to leave it on. I'm going to come back in here, and I changed the way the feeds are done so I can just jump back in and start talking to you guys, those of you guys who are still here. And then tomorrow they start voting on the amendments, not the bill, on the amendments. And then they'll pass it in the Senate, and then after that, it got to go back to the House. And then once they pass it, then President Trump can sign it. And all of that has to happen in the next basically 2 or 3 days. So it's a lot of work to see it to happen. But you are indeed watching history take place. And you're watching, I believe, the destruction of the Democrat Party. Good grief, we need a refund for processing this bill. It's crazy. Let's see what else you hear. Yeah, all those people forget we can't hit replay, but because video is forever, I say keep them all talking. Then put it on a video billboard. Yep, I agree. I love the chart. The show as we progress. Barry, please. Yes. Okay. What I'll do is I'll go ahead and save that chart so I can keep showing you, like you do when you go to a theme park or something. You are here now. I noticed somebody said they don't like Mark Wayne Mullen. Doesn't really matter if you like him or not. That is the process. There's nothing you need to watch to like him. That's the actual process, whether you like him or not. There's no getting around it. That's your government. He didn't make it up. I didn't make it up. You didn't make it up. That's where we are right now. So it's not a matter of liking him. That's just specifically where we are in the process. All right, let's see who is up there jawing off right now. Oh, it's Sheldon again.
Time over on the House committee, you were favored with such constant lecturing by Republicans about the debt and the deficit and how credible that all seems right now.
I'll yield to Senator Murray.
I thank the senator for his question because it's just stunning to me that the vast majority of debate, in fact, all the debate that came from Republicans at the time I was chair of the Budget Committee trying to put forward a smart budget for the United States of America, the only thing they talked about was debt and deficit. The only challenge they made to us was debt and deficit. The only time we tried to do anything for childcare, for health care, they threw the debt at us. So it is pretty stunning to me that now that they need to raise the debt for giving tax breaks to the very rich people who stood behind the president at his inauguration, then they play with the numbers and pretend it's not real, and a trillion all of a sudden becomes zero, and I'm using some rule you've never heard of to try and pretend that this isn't real. It's fairy dust.
I just want to say, to answer the question from the senator from Rhode Island and pick up on what my colleagues have said, that when I was the senior Democrat, the ranking member on the House Budget Committee, Paul Ryan was the chairman of the committee. And look, we disagreed on many things. We agreed on many things. We both agreed that we should get our deficits and debt under control. We had different ideas on how to do it. He wanted to privatize Medicare. We wanted to close tax breaks for the rich. But we wanted to close tax breaks for the rich. But the reality is that the holy grail, I mean, the only guiding North Star for Republicans at that time was we've got to bring down deficits and debt. This is not that Republican Party, not in any way, shape, or form. They clearly don't give a damn. In fact, they are worried, as we can see, that the American people still care, which is why they want to engage in this fraudulent scheme. But I'll just close on this. I remember one of those years, I believe it was the 2012 Republican convention. They even put up a debt clock. They put up a debt clock at the convention, right? I'm looking under my desk for the debt clock here because Republicans seem to have hidden it away forever. They want to wish it away. That's what they're telling us.
But the bill actually is required to raise the debt limit by $5 trillion. So in reality, there's a huge hit to our debt, huge additions to our deficit, and it makes me a little bit frustrated to think back to all those lectures that I had to receive as budget chairman, which the senator from Maryland witnessed as a longtime member of the Senate Budget Committee, which the ranking member witnessed in his time on the Budget Committee, and which Senator Murray experienced when she chaired the Budget Committee. We have been lectured to death by our colleagues, and at the very first instance when they had the power to do something about it, they went 180 the other direction and are cranking the national debt in order to give big benefits to the rich people who fund their campaigns.
For a question, and I know we need to move on here. I just want to add one thing. It's not just that it's going to be debt. It's the cost to families because this debt they are putting in place. I would ask the chair of the Budget Committee now, as he knows as I do, people's houses are going to cost more because their mortgage interest rates are going to go up. Their cars' interest rates are going to go up. This is not just magic numbers sitting out there pretending they're not being.
You see that? That's what they're not counting on. Or actually, that's what they are counting on. They are counting on Jerome Powell keeping the interest rates high. You're not going to be able to afford a mortgage. Oh, you're not going to be able to buy a car because the interest rates are so high. What they don't understand is that President Trump and his people have baked that in. They know because the inflation is dropping and people are doing better, they're going to have to drop the interest rates. The Democrats don't want the interest rates dropped, and that's why Jerome Powell, for the most part, probably hasn't done it yet. Because in order to save their butts, he has to keep it artificially propped up. But they haven't even mentioned, and this is why I show you this stuff, so you can see how the breadcrumbs come together. The breadcrumbs come together because the couple things that they're not telling you about. Let me just tell you what they're not telling you about. They're not talking about the interest rates being lowered, which would obviously make debt less expensive. They don't even mention that. So let's just keep lowering it. Lower it 2 points, you're going to save a ton of money. The second thing they're not talking about, which they used to, but now they're not, is that the tariffs are working. The tariffs are raising more money. The more money the tariffs raise, the better and less that you have to borrow. And then the third thing, which I think is coming, I really, really think it's coming. I've talked about it many times, is who owns all of this debt? Don't tell me that President Trump hasn't looked into this with his people and said, who do we owe money to? How do we know? If you have found this much fraud in USAID, how do we know how much money we actually owe to and who do we owe it to? I believe in the next couple of months you are going to see President Trump, the businessman that he is, look to attack that debt. It's like, hey, second, we're either going to need to renegotiate, you're going to have to forgive it. One or the other. Because I can't understand how we owe this money. Where'd it go? And that's what I think they're terrified about. I don't have any proof of that last thing. That last thing is just me looking and going, I don't think he's worried about the debt. And it's not because he's being reckless. I know he's looking at the debt and saying, we're going to raise money with tariffs. I know he knows the economy is going to take off like a rocket ship when interest rates go down. So those two things alone are going to just explode the revenue side of things. It just happens to be that way. I'm not making it up. So if you're getting a lot more money, you can afford, to pay this debt and to give the no tax on tips and the no tax on overtime and everything else. They don't want to talk about reducing debt in that regard. They don't believe in the tariffs. They hate the tariffs, and they don't want you to have a break on interest rates, because that's for rich people. Oh my God, rich people.
Goes up, endangering our ability to do basic programs for the entire next generation. It is wrong on every count. And I think collectively, we urge our colleagues to honor the argument they've made over time that, in fact, they were concerned about the deficit. They were concerned about American families. Because if you are concerned about the deficit and debt, if you are concerned about families, you must vote no on this bill. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator from Washington.
Mr. President, I really want to thank my colleagues. I mean, you just said they used to call themselves deficit hawks. We need to call them deficit robins. They're robbing from you to pay for the billionaires. They are no longer deficit hawks. Agreed? Thank you.
My colleagues, and I think as Senator Merkley said, if you care about deficit and debt and you don't want working families to have to pay for these tax cuts for billionaires and the rich, vote no on the bill.
I'd only add in my last words, watch. Everybody watch as this goes forward, because we will give the Republicans a chance to reduce the increase to the debt and the deficit by peeling back just the tax cuts for the greedy billionaires. We would be voting for working class tax cuts, I'm almost certain. We'll have a chance to bring into stark focus through our amendments what really matters to the folks on the other side of the aisle, and that is the tax cuts for the super wealthy, for the billionaires, for the corporations that are offshoring jobs, and for the biggest polluters in the country. That's where their sweet spot is, and we will expose that through these votes.
Those votes, we're not sure when they will start, because the Republicans are redrafting provisions of this bill right now. That's how little time this Senate will have to actually know what's in this 1,000-page bill with all kinds of special deals tucked into it for various members. We will have little time to see, because they're still writing it. So those amendments that my colleague from Rhode Island mentioned, stay tuned. We're not sure if those amendments are going to start at 2 in the morning or if they'll start sometime later tomorrow, but stay tuned and pay attention, because you're going to find out who stands with families and who stands to hurt families in favor of helping billionaires. Thank you.
Senator from Washington.
Mr. President, thank you. I think it's really important, the discussion we had right now about the deficit and debt, but I want to talk a little bit more about this bill in general. You know, recent KFF polling shows that this Republican big, ugly betrayal bill is overwhelmingly unpopular. In fact, this thing is more underwater than the Titanic. Nearly 2 in...
See, one of the things they also don't want to talk about is this. And this came out at 3:51, breaking. Trump to send tariff letters providing rates to all nations by July 9th. You can't factor into these numbers into what they're talking about right now, because they didn't know these numbers were going to occur. So now we're going to issue the statement to these various different countries, time to pay up, time to pay the piper. You're going to have to pay more. Democrats don't understand it. They hate it. We should be giving money to these other countries. They shouldn't be charged to do business here. They want to take your money away. Now, somebody earlier said there's no way to renegotiate the debt. There's always, always a way to renegotiate everything. One thing I've been taught and actually enjoyed is that there's always a negotiation to be had. So I'm just going to say that. Somebody also asked about what happened with Big Balls. Big Balls has reappeared. At this point, he is working with the Social Security Administration.
It's going to mean more starving families. New red tape is going to cut people off from their SNAP benefits that they need to put food on the table. And it is going to take away kids' school meals. The Republican plan still rips away support from the people in this country who are struggling the most to give away billions in tax breaks to billionaires who need help the least. In short, this latest version of Republicans' bill would still be one of the biggest transfers of wealth from the people at the bottom to the people at the top in our nation's history. When it comes to health care, this Republican abomination will cause millions of people to lose their insurance and see their costs skyrocket in one way or another. It will create mountains of new paperwork and bureaucratic barriers that are positively meant to kick people off their Medicaid and ACA coverage. And there is new sabotage to the ACA healthcare markets, which will mean more people losing their affordable coverage. Meanwhile, there is nothing, a big fat zero, when it comes to renewing the tax credits Democrats passed to lower your healthcare costs. That's right. While Republicans are showering their billionaire donors in new tax breaks, they will not lift a finger to extend healthcare tax credits that are saving millions of families thousands of dollars a year on health coverage. Instead, they're going to make sure people lose health care coverage, including our seniors, people with disabilities, pregnant women, millions of patients who rely on Medicaid. And let's not forget, the cuts in their bill are going to shutter hospitals across the country, especially in our rural areas. Do you have Medicaid, Medicare, employer-sponsored coverage? Regardless, Republicans have some pretty bad news for you, because it hardly matters what insurance you're on when you don't have a hospital to get care anymore. In Washington State, we have 14 rural hospitals that are fighting to survive and would likely close under this bill, mostly in areas represented by Republicans, I should add. Not to mention, we have 6 rural labor and delivery units that could be forced to close their doors under this bill. And you know what the Senate Republicans did? They made that problem worse. They put even more pressure on our rural hospitals. I'm telling you, this betrayal is getting bigger and uglier by the day. And this cannot get lost. Republicans want to shut the doors of one of the biggest healthcare providers in the country. They want to defund Planned Parenthood. That is wildly harmful and wildly unpopular. It would shutter at least 200 health centers that provide a wide spectrum of care, including cancer screenings, pap smears, birth control for millions of women. And let's not forget, Republicans are cutting nutrition assistance too. This big, ugly betrayal would make one of the biggest cuts to SNAP in history. We are talking around a $200 billion cut over the next 10 years. Now, it should be obvious, but that would be devastating for our country and for our kids' future. And yet, Republicans are not giving up on taking dinner off the table, taking school lunch off kids' trays, all so they can shovel tax cuts at billionaires and wealthy corporations. And it is worth underscoring the new red tape in their bill is even targeted at some of our most vulnerable families, because it expands work requirements to apply to seniors and parents with kids in school. Mr. President, when my dad, World War II veteran, got sick with multiple sclerosis, he lost his job. He lost his job. My mom was at home, 7 kids she was raising. My dad lost his job, and they had to spend, my mom had to spend some time getting some new skills so she could go back to work and take care of our family. You know what, during that time? We had to rely on food stamps in my family to feed those 7 kids in my family. But under this Republican bill today, because neither of my parents had a job during those few months, my family would not be eligible for SNAP benefits. We would not have even gotten food on our table at the worst time in my family's life. This is wrong. Thanks to those food stamps, my family did get through that rough patch. And all 7 of us kids grew up to give back to our communities, whether it's a firefighter or a middle school teacher or even here as a United States Senator. So I can't emphasize enough. Republicans want to cut families from SNAP and Medicaid, programs that give people a hand up in hard times. Why? So they can give an enormous handout to the richest people and biggest companies in our country. Oh, and at the same time, they're making it harder to afford groceries and health care. I should mention, they are also gutting energy investments in a completely chaotic way that is all but guaranteed to drive away jobs and drive up energy costs for all of American families. And at the same time, in this bill, they're giving billionaires billions of dollars. Republicans are going to give students the short end of the stick. This big mess of a bill would tear away programs and protections that make it possible for many students to pursue a higher education. It eliminates Grad Plus loans. It cuts families off from Parent Plus loans. It punishes students who go into public service or a medical residency, and more. Meanwhile, they are tearing down the guardrails from gutting regulations that protect students whose universities commit fraud, to opening a Pandora's box for Pell Grants with a new loophole that will let low-quality programs suck up our taxpayer dollars. These changes are especially going to hurt students from low-income families and first-generation college students and our veterans. Some of them will have no way to go to college when Republicans take their support away. Some will be driven into predatory private loans they can't afford. And some will get lured into low-quality programs that take their money, waste taxpayer dollars, and leave the student worse off. And if that wasn't enough, if the Secretary of Education wanted to try and stop this kind of fraud and protect students, Republicans will leave them about as much authority as a school hall monitor, because in this bill, Republicans prevent any Secretary of Education from making regulations that carry added benefits for borrowers. And it hardly matters if that is a good impact, like saving students money or protecting taxpayer dollars from fraud or making higher education more accessible. Republicans are going to make problems worse and make fixing them even harder. Students in this country should be outraged. And I want to be perfectly clear about something. If Republicans charge ahead with this big, awful mess, which they seem intent on doing, they can kiss any last shred of credibility goodbye, as we just talked about, when it comes to pretending they care about balancing the budget or addressing the national debt. The idea was already laughable. For the entirety of the 21st century, the biggest driver of the national debt has been tax cuts that Republicans championed. But now, as we just talked about, they want to put at least $4 trillion, that is trillions with a T, on the national credit card. Why? So they can shower the richest people on the planet with more money. And then they're pretending all the math works and it's kind of easy peasy if they can do it if they kick people off health care or take enough meals away from kids or close enough hospitals, or better still, use some absurd accounting gimmick to pretend that billions of dollars in new tax cuts for their billionaire donors actually just don't cost anything. Well, I've got some bad news for Republicans. Your math is terrible, and so's this bill. This thing is very expensive, and you don't have to take my word for it. Ask the nonpartisan Congressional Budget Office, which just said the latest version of this bill will add $4 trillion to the debt with just over the next 10 years. If Republicans want to ignore them, you can also ask the fiscal hawks at the Committee for a Responsible Federal Budget. They calculate that the House bill adds $5 trillion to our debt when you include interest payments and the cost of making temporary provisions in this bill permanent. And we are told the Senate bill is even less fiscally responsible. Everyone agrees This thing is not beautiful, but it is recklessly big, and it won't just increase the debt, it will blow it up. Mr. President, this may very well be the most expensive bill in history. I say may because Republicans are still planning changes. We have not yet gotten the final bill. They already cut out even more taxes for multinational corporations. SNAP benefits, they're still on the chopping block. Healthcare, still on the chopping block. In fact, they want to cut Medicaid even more painfully. We may not know how expensive the Republicans will be in the end, but we know who is paying for it. Paying for it is you, working families. And it is important for people to know, as bad as this bill is, Republicans were trying to make it even worse. Now, Democrats have been fighting them every step of the way, and we have notched a few important wins by challenging every single provision we possibly could under the Senate rules. So I want to talk about some of the things Democrats were successful in getting out. Because if Republicans had their way, not only would this bill take away more food from our struggling families or shutter even more hospitals and kick even more people off their health insurance, it would have also sold off all of our public lands. And if instead of just slashing CFPB funding, it would have completely shuttered the doors of a very important federal watchdog that protects Americans from getting scammed. If Republicans had their way, this bill would make it easier to buy gun silencers, harder to get your earned income tax credit or pay off your student loan, and effectively impossible to get insurance plans on the marketplace that cover abortion care. If Republicans had their way, this bill would have also given Trump more power to deny funding to our constituents on a whim and less power for the courts to stop him. We're talking about a whole smorgasbord of really awful, unpopular ideas and policies that would have hurt our families and weakened our democracy. Ideas that were this close to making it into this bill. But Republicans did not have their way. Democrats have been fighting back at every single step. We got those provisions tossed in the shredder, and we are still doing our darndest to send the rest of the bill to the shredder as well. Now, let's be clear. When we talk about how unpopular this bill is with the American people, the reason is simple. This bill polls like garbage because it is garbage. That's why it should go nowhere except a trash bin. Democrats are going to keep pushing back on this monstrosity with absolutely everything we've got at every step we can. We're not going to stand by as Republicans shutter hospitals so the richest people in the country can build another vacation home. We are not going to sit around and let Republicans kick millions of people off of their insurance and raise working families' premiums so corporate executives can get a bigger bonus. And we are not going to be silent as Republicans take food away from struggling families so they can help billionaires fuel up their private jets. We're going to keep speaking up. We're going to keep pushing back, and we're going to make sure everyone knows exactly what is going on here. This bill is deeply unpopular, that much is clear, but if Republicans keep pushing for this disaster, buckle up, because we are only going to keep getting louder and louder about how big this is, how ugly it is, and it's only going to get more unpopular with the folks back home as these provisions are enacted if this bill passes. I'm pretty astounded by how far some Republicans are trying to stick their heads in the sand on this. One Republican senator told their concerned constituents, and I quote, "We're all going to die." Well, maybe that's a better name for the bill. At least it's more honest. Because when you take health care away from people, when you make it harder to get, when you make it harder to afford, when you close the only hospital for miles, yeah, you're right, people will die. You'd think my colleagues would show a bit more concern about that. Instead, that senator actually doubled down, and in a response video, she filmed walking through a cemetery. I don't know how you get out of touch that much to misunderstand this, but let me be clear about something to our Republicans. Whistling past the graveyard is a metaphor to stop ignoring dangers. It is not a literal messaging suggestion. And if you thought Republicans couldn't be any more dismissive to their own constituents, this week another Republican senator who was speaking about people voicing their concerns about these Medicaid cuts that said they will, quote, people will get over it. Mr. President, I have news for every one of my Republican colleagues who is trying to deny the reality of this bill and pretend the fairy tales they are telling themselves are true. When someone's local hospital closes, they don't get over it. When someone's kid is kicked off health care, they do not get over it. And if Republicans don't want to take my word for it, they can listen to the doctor I spoke with who warned when patients go uninsured, they delay care and it increases costs for everyone. Instead of paying $10 for diabetic medication, we'll pay $10,000 for an amputation. Or Republicans can actually read the countless letters I'm getting from my constituents, sharing their stories. Quote, my dad is a double amputee. He relies on Medicaid. Without Medicaid, we couldn't get my kids anti-seizure medication. Or I'm a full-time caregiver for my daughter with cerebral palsy, or my son with spina bifida, or my elderly mother. And this bill threatens to kick them off their health care and the support services they rely on to survive. Or better yet, Republicans can go out and talk to their own constituents, because I have no doubt they will hear similar stories. They will even come to you. Advocates have been here in D.C. all week. I've seen them in the halls. I've heard them from my office. And now Republicans can listen to the people across the country who are warning them about this bill, and they can do the right thing and abandon this effort. Or they can keep ignoring them, but make no mistake, in the end, the American people will have their voices and their votes heard. Because at the end of the day, this bill, this monstrosity of a bill, is all in the goal of a tax break for multi-billionaires and corporations, and the way they pay for it is by taking away your health care and your nutrition, the things your family or your neighbors or people you know rely on. And that's just wrong. It's un-American, and we're fighting back. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
Well, man, is she Debbie Downer or not? Because I know some of you guys have been looking at the chat and people are like, why are we listening to this? Well, it's your government. Oh, before we get to this guy here, Mr. Magoo, he's absolutely the worst. But it's all, like Bobby said, the same old liberal lies. They didn't have any problem when they were raising taxes, when Kamala wanted to, tax your unrealized capital gains. But now the roof is falling in, and it's the big bad billionaires and millionaires that are going to cause you the problems. Listen to this idiot.
And millionaire friends, giant tax cuts. And this,
of course, millionaires.
bill, it would provide hundreds of billions of dollars in tax giveaways to the country's 902 billionaires and millionaires, while kicking 17 million Americans off their health insurance. Just weigh the balance. 902 beneficiaries with extraordinary tax deductions and tax benefits versus denial of health care to 17 million Americans. It doesn't balance. And despite slashing health care, somehow this bill will add trillions of dollars to our national debt. It will further weaken our financial position in the world. It will indeed have many countries wondering if the United States is, as it has been since the end of World War II, the place to put their resources, their investments, their reserves. This could have profound fiscal and monetary implications for the United States. And if you tie that together with this tariff battle, we are headed economically in the wrong direction as we are socially. This bill is loaded with outrageous special interest giveaways and President Trump's personal political priorities. For example, $7.5 billion for wealthy developers to use for luxury housing and other high-priced developments.
Breaking news into the Fanfare news feed.
Knew it, I knew it, I knew it. This just passed the wires 5 minutes ago, or 2 minutes ago. This is effing fantastic. I told you guys when I did my feature on alligator Alcatraz, what was that, yesterday? And they were saying it got a runway big enough for Air Force One. And I'm like, he's coming. He is definitely coming to alligator Alcatraz. And it's just been announced. President Trump is likely attending the grand opening of Alligator Alcatraz in Florida on Tuesday, per the Palm Beach Post. This is going to be amazing. Thousands of newcomers housed surrounded by gators and pythons right next to an airport where they can be flown away. And President Trump is going to be coming into Alligator Alcatraz. Oh my God, it's gonna be amazing. In case you guys don't realize it, Mar-a-Lago is in Palm Beach Island, not too far from where this has the flight. It'd be nice if you just flew Air Force One in there. I'm pretty sure they could secure it because there's nothing around, but that would be so cool to see Air Force One come in and land amongst the alligator Alcatraz. So it appears it will be ready to go on Tuesday or Wednesday. That's fantastic. Fantastic.
36% for active duty personnel. And that is going to be ignored because there's no one to enforce it. And we are going to see, as we have in the past, our soldiers, sailors, airmen, guardians exploited, systematically exploited by all those little automobile shops and payday lenders and everything else that surrounds every military fort base in this country. It's a tale as old as time. My Republican colleagues showering the rich with tax benefits and prioritizing favored industries and friends. President Bush joined with the Republican Congress to do that. Of course, I opposed it. And by the way, when President Bush did that, we were projected to have, over the next 10 years, a multi-trillion-dollar surplus. Of course, this legislation will lead us to a multi-trillion-dollar deficit. And it's interesting because when I was younger, the Republicans all associated themselves with fiscal responsibility, balanced budgets, surpluses. That's not the case. President Trump exacerbated the situation in his first term by his grand giveaway. But this time, President Trump and my colleagues on the other side of the aisle are depriving millions of Americans of their health care coverage to pay for it. They are intent on punishing the most vulnerable Americans in this bill, simply for the crime of being poor. In fact, in many cases, despite working very long hours and being poor. I came here to Congress to the Senate after serving my country in the U.S. Army, as the President did with great distinction in the United States Navy as a Navy SEAL. I came here to serve my constituents and improve the lives of average Americans. And I think most of my colleagues, Democrats and Republicans alike, came with the same goal. And according to press reports, a few of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle are starting to realize that this bill is going to do great damage to their constituents. One Republican colleague has warned that this bill could leave 600,000 of his constituents without health care coverage and blow a $38 billion hole in his state's budget. That would be a devastating effect. One of the other aspects of this attack on our healthcare system is there's some people that believe, well, Medicaid doesn't touch me. It certainly does. Because when you extract that much money from the healthcare system, what will private health insurance do? They'll raise their rates. Everyone will be paying more. And some won't be able to afford it. They'll have to go without coverage. And that is going to be a tragedy for this country. Now, knowing the damage this bill is going to do, one must ask, why would anyone support this? But this legislation is more than just numbers. I've heard from countless Rhode Islanders who are concerned about these cuts during meetings, in letters, when I bump into them at the grocery store or the pharmacy. They've been telling me about how Medicaid has helped them and their families. I've been meeting, for example, with Christina from Smithfield, Rhode Island, for many years. Her daughter, Lauren, was born with cystic fibrosis and has endured countless hospitalizations, procedures, medications, and other challenges as she navigates life with this disease. Christina, Lauren, and their family have private insurance, but Medicaid also helps cover the expenses not covered by private insurance for people with serious illnesses who are not able to work. When President Trump and congressional Republicans began proposing these cuts to Medicaid, Christina told me, and I quote, "Lauren was born with CF, a rare genetic progressive disease which affects her lungs, GI, and endocrine systems. I had no idea we carried this gene. When Lauren was born, she spent a month in the hospital. We almost lost her. When she was 5, she contracted a germ that put her in the hospital for a month and almost killed her. Her lung function fell to 70%. At 13, I thought she was going to die. Her hospital stays were every 3 months for 2 weeks with IV treatments. Her lung function fell to 30%. With one of the medicines for CF, she was able to finally get her lung function back to 65% at 23 years old. She still suffers every day. Just trying to breathe is difficult. If she catches the common cold, it could put her in the hospital. She has had a hard time keeping weight on, and her GI is a disaster. She spent hours in the bathroom. She developed CF-related diabetes, which always puts her in danger. Every day is rigorous treatments and medications just to stay alive. It is with the help of the NIH and the FDA that she is still alive. Please do not make these cuts. If Medicaid is cut, when she is 26, 2 years from now, she will have no way to pay for all of her hospitalizations, medications, and treatments. Few could afford to keep her alive.
One of the problems with these people talking is that they want you to forget. I'm trying to think how I say this without sounding coarse. They want you to forget that we are a nation of 300 plus million people. 300 million. And they try to bring that 300 million figure down to an individual. Well, this girl Shirley, she's going to have a problem, and she's not going to make it because of this or that and the other thing that they want to say. Or because Joe, and he might have a problem, and he might have to do this, and I knew this girl Debbie, and Debbie, she couldn't get this. And you realize when they're talking, if you sit back, it's like you're talking about 4 or 5 people, right? Now, God bless these 4 or 5 people if they're truly real. Which, of course, we have no idea if they're just making stuff up. But they're still trying to say these 4 or 5 people are the reason for not helping the entirety of America. I didn't know else how to say it without sounding coarse, but that's what they're doing. They're trying to tug at heartstrings and let you think people across the country are going to be hurt by this. Americans are going to this. But number one, everything he just said is completely a lie because that person will still be covered. They're not pulling any Medicaid away from anybody with CF or diabetes. That's not going to happen in any circumstance. So every single person that they're mentioning, even though they're trying to reduce it down to the most feeble amongst us, the most feeble amongst us are still getting covered. They want you to think this. They're looking in a camera and they're lying. The people who aren't going to be covered are those who are able-bodied. Able-bodied. That means they're not sick. They don't have CF. They're not about to die from diabetes. Those people are still getting their coverage. These idiots try to make you think like we're just going for people's throats. Even those people who are able-bodied, if something happens to them and they are no longer able-bodied, they will be covered. The hospitals, what they're saying, the hospitals might close down. Well, maybe those hospitals that would close down are closing down because the only way they were built and the only way they could stay open was Medicaid fraud. But that's not what they're telling you. Yeah, there's got to be some changes. It definitely will change some people and change some of the way Medicaid is administered because it's time to crank it back and get the fraudsters off of Medicaid. So if you've got a hospital that has existed because they've spent or they've billed tens of millions of dollars to fake Medicaid claims, yeah, they should go away. If, what did Debbie Downer say? Oh, we're going to see so many people from, the healthcare of Planned Parenthood. Sorry. That's one of those items. We don't care. If you get in that situation and you want to take care of it that way, none of us like it, but we shouldn't have to pay for it. So I would talk to Mr. Magoo here, and I would talk to the Debbie Downer lady and say these things. You're lying to the American people. And why is it so important for you? Well, yeah, we know the answer to that. You just want to keep this baby removal factory going, don't you? It's so much money. And never mind what you do with the parts. We won't even go there. We won't even look at what you're doing with the parts. You're disgusting me as I think how you're trying to tug on people's heartstrings. So you had no problem if those hospitals were there and they were gaining so much money. Those millions and billions, that's fine. Yeah, because your pockets might be getting lined with it. You may be getting donors. Your donors are just the same as Republican donors, except your donors are merely kicking back money they've stolen from us. Oh, they don't want to talk about that. No. Teachers union? Oh, yeah, the teachers union with the round robin thing that they do. Let's give $1 gazillion to the teachers union, and then let's have the teachers union give $1 gazillion minus 10% back to Democrats. So of course it hurts you. It's not about education. It's not about treating the kids correctly. And I'm tired of hearing about school lunches. Now I understand there are some poor kids that, I gather we have to feed because mommy and daddy can't pay for it. So we got to feed these kids who come to school, not to get schooled, but to get daycared. How about you do something about the graduation rates? You want to feed them? Oh my God, they're going to take away school lunches. Oh, Johnny can't read. I don't really give a crap about that. These people are so fraudulent because they won't tell the truth about what's really going on, especially in minority communities. When the graduation rates suck, when they can't do any proficient testing in reading, writing, or arithmetic. But by golly, they got free lunch. They're useless members of society. You better hope they can dunk or throw a football 100 yards and tackle, but that's about it. If they can't do that, they're not going to go into any higher education. These people are doing everything they can to accelerate the demise of America. And they're lying to people. Yeah, there's going to be some pain. There is definitely going to be pain. In the most easy of ways, you know what it takes to go on a diet. You don't like doing without. You look at things and go, I used to eat that. Can't. But I want that. Sorry, you can't have it. It's designed that way. It's not supposed to be easy. Life's not supposed to be easy. But it's there for your taking if you seize on opportunities. Makes me sick hearing these people. I mean, just literally makes me sick hearing these people. It's disgusting. Especially because I've seen seen it up front how it affects the black community. I'm sure it affects white communities as well, but I've seen the black communities. All right, let me talk to you about Patriot Addict real here before I throw up and get pissed off with these people. Patriot Addict is back with the Berry Bundle. I think they call it the Berry Pack, actually. And the Berry Pack includes 4 amazing items. 4 of them. You get, oh, wait a minute, let me change it. Actually, will fit now because I went and had a haircut. So yeah, so it fits a lot better. Boom. You get this hat, the 4745 hat. You get the Trump flag. Let me grab the Trump flag real quick here off my table. There you go. You get the Trump flag. That's 2 items. So you get the hat. You get the flag. You get the Trump knife. Very good knife. Very nice knife. People have been talking about this for months. Very sharp. Good sized knife. As you can see here. Got some weight to it. Some balance. It'll break the window in case you get stuck someplace. And in addition, you can cut the seatbelt if you get stuck in a car. So you get the hat. You get the flag. You get the knife. And then the last piece of the puzzle is you get the President Trump blanket. Let me grab this and put it in the right way so you guys can see it. There it is. A Donald Trump presidential blanket. This would be awesome for going on a tailgate or something, or out in your backyard when it's time to get a little bit chilly around the fire. And of course, as I mentioned, the flag. Even though it's not the United States flag, I don't want to see this flag fall on the ground, so I just put that there. You get them all 4 of these items. Independently, it would cost $238. All 4. Hat, knife, blanket, flag. But right now, you guys can get it for the price of $69. All 4 items for $69. Just go ahead and go to the QR code right here. Normally $238, but because you're in the Fanfare family, you can get it for just $69. People have loved these blankets. People have loved this knife. I don't know how many people have gotten the flag, but it's part of the package right now. So go to the QR code right here, or you can go to berrypack.com. If you go to berrypack.com, you can pick up this entire package for $69. And they're going fast, and as we get closer to the 4th of July, they're going to keep going. So, I just wanted to let you guys know that. $69. Good deal. All right, so let's continue with this farce.
Bill 357 to 70 that would have extended the child tax credit and reinstated tax cuts for businesses without increasing the deficit. 48 bipartisan senators voted for that bill in this very chamber, but it was blocked because Republican leaders wanted to pass something like this bill before us today. My Republican colleagues have drafted a bill that is neither paid for nor helps most Americans. Worst of all, they have chosen to take from the poor and the middle class and the working class to give to billionaires. This bill is very bad policy.
Billionaires, billionaires,
It's
billionaires.
almost un-American if you believe that the essence of America, as expressed by one of our greatest presidents, Abraham Lincoln, was to give every person a fair chance in the race of life. This bill denies that chance to millions and millions of Americans while enhancing and filling the pockets of the wealthiest.
And I forgot, there's another reason why they're doing this. In addition to scamming everybody and lying and doing all this stuff, the reason they're actually doing it, the real reason, because it's Sunday and these people would love to be home eating dinner or somewhere on K Street or something. The reason why they're doing it is to continually delay, delay, and delay. Notice you're not seeing many Republican speakers. Republicans are like, excuse me, the Republicans are like, go ahead. Get it out of your system. Do whatever you need to do. It's not going to matter. See, this is the kind of things that tell me that it is pretty much in the bag. I think it's going to pass because they're desperate and they're trying to delay it. Just that's all that you have to remember. That's all this is a delay tactic. And so it's going to be Democrat after Democrat after Democrat doing this over and over and over again. So I'm going to leave this playing. I'm going to leave the comments running as well and get the mods here. And I'm going to go have some dinner. I advise you to go get some dinner. This will be on both the non-commentary and this one with commentary. And I'll be back real soon. Well, in a couple hours. They'll still be talking. You guys can talk amongst yourself, but I'm going to go get something to eat. Deal? All right, we'll talk to you guys in a little bit.
The American people are beginning to get it. That's why this bill, the so-called One Big Beautiful Bill, is so deeply unpopular. In fact, by 2-to-1 majority. And I want to talk not only about Connecticut, but two of the states that are represented by colleagues here. They are so-called red states. But make no mistake, this bill is seismically catastrophic, not just for Connecticut, but for the whole country and for Louisiana, where this measure, if it's passed, will mean that my colleagues from Louisiana are voting to kick roughly 250,000 people in their state off health insurance. They will be voting for a bill that could close 33 rural hospitals in their state alone and cost their state's health care providers $588 million for services that newly insured patients simply will not be able to pay back. Their state program would lose $4 billion. That's Louisiana alone in funding. These numbers are staggering. And they're the reason that every major health system in Louisiana is opposing this bill. Just yesterday, they sent a letter warning that cuts in this bill, and I'm quoting the Louisiana healthcare providers here, quote, would be historic in their devastation and warrant our shared advocacy to protect our patients and the care we provide them in hospitals and clinics. I could go on about Louisiana. I'm going to abbreviate my remarks and put my full statement in the record if there's no objection, Mr. President.
Without objection.
But this bill also reduces SNAP benefits for 206,000 Louisianans. It eliminates the benefit entirely for 94,000 of them. I want to see my colleagues from Louisiana go home and face their constituents, having cut the legs from SNAP and Medicaid programs and many other benefits. And in Utah, same tragic scenario unfolding in a state where 337,000 children and adults depend on Medicaid. Nearly half of all children in Utah are covered by Medicaid. 59% of nursing home residents. 60,000 people living in rural Utah communities covered by Medicaid. If this bill passes, at least 180,000 Utahns will lose health care coverage, and Utah's uninsured rate will increase by a staggering 67%. If this bill passes, 31,000 of the people in Utah could see their benefits slashed, and 13,000 would risk losing their benefits entirely. Now, I just want to say in conclusion, these numbers for Connecticut, for Louisiana, for Utah, for the state of Washington, where my wonderful colleague, Senator Cantwell, will be talking shortly, they're not just numbers. They are faces. They are lives. They're children who are just beginning to be Americans. And their productivity, their contributions back to America will be hamstrung. Their lives will be financially handicapped. And health-wise, they will be impaired as a result of these irresponsible and reprehensible cuts. I couldn't be angrier about these kinds of cuts in programs done only so that the ultra-wealthy will receive tax cuts. I'm willing to bet that a lot of those billionaires and millionaires would forego those tax benefits if they understood the consequences. But my Republican colleagues, who are in disarray at this moment, they can't come together on a program because they know how abhorrent its effects would be on their states, ought to listen to the people of America, not the ultra-wealthy. And the people are speaking in the polls. They're speaking through their elected representatives, and they are speaking because their conscience simply won't let them support a bill that does such abhorrent damage to the American middle class, the American way of life, American values. And I'm proud to stand here. I wish we weren't here going all night into Monday morning, but I'm proud to stand here with my colleagues. And I just wish my Republican colleagues were on the same sides of these issues, because they're going to go home and they'll have to face the children and families who will be hurt so deeply by this bill. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Senator from Washington.
Mr. President, I rise to ask my colleagues to turn down this legislation in front of us, to reject it, and instead work together on fiscal policy that would help us by growing our economy more successfully and not devastating our constituents. Before I start, I want to thank the presiding officer for speaking up about not selling public lands. I very much appreciate his voice in that debate, and it's critical that we were able to successfully get that out of this legislation. I want to work across the aisle to talk about these policies so that we can move our country forward in a competitive fashion. But I'm afraid that what we have in front of us is not the answer to what will make America competitive, particularly at a time when we are putting tariffs on American imported products, when we are basically getting into a trade war, and when we are devastating what I think is the underpinning of the economy of today, that is an information age, innovation economy, and here we are devastating all of our investments in NIH and NSF and in the competitiveness that we just implemented in the IRA and the CHIPS and Science Act that is making us the envy of countries around the world for innovation. We do have great capital markets, and those capital markets help us innovate. And I think some of my colleagues think, well, we have a promise to families here to give them a tax break, and while many of us would support that, you're asking us also to give tax breaks to big corporations before they can get their tax break. And that we don't like. We don't like it because it raises the cost on everybody, and that cost for middle class and lower income people will be devastating, particularly at a time when we continue with this tariff policy. This bill would make the entire healthcare system less responsive and more expensive for everyone by dismantling Medicaid and shifting more of the cost burden onto states and threatening the very existence of rural hospital. This bill also sells spectrum out from under our national defense and safety agencies and forces states to choose between protecting their citizens from dangerous AI or providing broadband service. And it just gives away big breaks to companies like Meta, that's Facebook, or Google, who I'm sure at this point in time don't really need that additional tax break. Clearly, though, the most egregious and certainly most destructive part of the bill of this reconciliation is the changes to health care. The fact that 17 million people will be uninsured and raise the cost on everyone. This is from the Congressional Budget Office. We don't need to be raising health care costs on our constituents. The CBO analysis revealed that hasty negotiated updates by Republicans discussed on behind closed doors early Saturday morning added that $130 billion in Medicaid cuts to the bill. That's a whopping $930 billion in total Medicaid cuts. That is how CBO got to this number of 17 million people. The challenge is nobody marked up a bill in committee. Nobody even had a hearing where somebody presented this information. No, this is all being changed on a daily basis, and everybody's trying to catch up. But what we're really trying to do is fight for our constituents and make sure that we know the impacts. The impacts of these 17 million people will be severe cuts felt in every corner of the United States. State governments will be the first to feel this tsunami of cuts. And unlike the federal government, they must balance their budget, so they can't borrow the money to make up for the deficit. In our state, the state of Washington, our governor and legislators have to grapple with an estimated $3 billion shortfall that this will bring to them as a result of this many people losing coverage. Yesterday, I held a virtual press conference with a group of Republican state representatives. A Republican Utah state representative who, Ray Ward, who just also happens to be a physician, warned that these cuts will amount to $1 billion budget deficit per year in his state of Utah. That budget shortfall forces his state government to make some very difficult decisions. They have to decide whether to cut reimbursements to providers, cut medical services, cut more people off the rolls, or make drastic measures like increasing everyone's taxes. Kevin Leonard and Steve Hobbs, one of them is the executive director of the Association of County Commissioners of North Carolina, and the other, Missouri representative, basically said as county government leaders and state leaders, they are worried that this bill basically is an unfunded mandate on them. Commissioner Hobbs said where they will feel it most is that services like behavioral treatment will now have to be provided through the jails instead of a medical setting. Our own Peninsula Health expert who was on the call basically said that in their region of our state, this could be as much as a 25 to 45% cut in behavioral health. So that's what happens when you cut people off of Medicaid. The amount of money, since Medicaid is $1 in $5 is a Medicaid dollar, you're going to take that much out of the system. These people do not operate on wild, profitable margins, oftentimes barely breaking even, or in behavioral health, oftentimes losing money. But I guarantee you, if instead of seeing this Medicaid population in a behavioral health setting, you think you're going to see them in the emergency room or a jail, it is going to cost us a lot more money. It's going to cost our state, our county, and the local region a lot more money. Not only will this bill diminish their Medicaid revenues, but it will also increase the uncompensated care. Some are estimating to be $42 billion. Our rural hospitals, our rural healthcare challenges will be devastating. In Washington, over 300,000 people will lose health insurance. And these are people who were easily treatable, conditions that if you treat them, chances are they will be dealt with. But now, if you don't treat them, they're going to go to the emergency room and they're going to raise costs on everyone. These families depend on this care. Last week, I spoke on the floor about one of my constituents. Britton Winterrose talked about his daughter, Leda, a 5-year-old girl who had a rare condition that when she stopped breathing, she does stop breathing in her sleep if she doesn't have oxygen. Mr. Winterrose talked about how even though he had a very expensive platinum plan, it didn't cover her costs. And just by doing this Medicaid and covering their cost, basically they have saved her life and they have enjoyed her in the many years enjoy that they have given to them. Why are we making the Winterroses sweat over whether their daughter is going to be able to keep Medicaid, about whether the whole system in their part of our state is going to be able to keep doing Medicaid? Right now, people are estimating that 5.4 million people will get pushed into medical debt because of health care and the cuts in this bill. The total amount of medical debt that Americans will owe will increase by $50 billion. So is it really worth it to take $880 billion or whatever it is now, $930 billion out of Medicaid so that you're actually increasing the personal debt of people, making counties basically have unsustainable budgets, or having state legislatures come back in to cover our costs? As one of these commissioners said, this is nothing more than cost shifting to the states. It's irresponsible. According to the Center for American Progress, a 60-year-old couple who will be in the affordable care market today, making $85,000 a year, could see their annual premiums raise as much as $15,400. Why? Because when you have uncompensated care and you basically kick people out of Medicaid and off of the Affordable Care Act, what you're going to do is raise premiums on all of us. A low-income Medicare recipient also qualifying for Medicaid could see their costs go up as much as $8,340. So why are we doing this? And the out-of-pocket expenses now that a Medicaid person has to pay for, they could be paying as much as $1,650. You want to do that to give a tax break to Google and Facebook? That's why you're doing this? The tax break that you want to give them, multinationals, and I could just say for a minute about this. You know, when the 2017 tax bill came along and everybody said the corporate rate is too high, we need to have our companies be competitive around the world, I would have considered lowering that rate to something. In fact, my colleague, Senator Kaine from Virginia, proposed something, but we didn't accept that. Instead, they lowered it to a very low rate and then said this year, we'll smidge it back up. That means they'll increase it back up a little bit this year. That was their plan. But somehow these multinational corporations have got to my colleagues on this side of the aisle and basically said, give us the same rate that we had in 2017. Now, the reason I didn't support that in 2017, because it was kind of ludicrous. You were saying to companies like Microsoft, we'll give you a tax break. I don't think they really needed that big of a tax break. And but by the way, we're going to raise taxes on the people who work at Microsoft. We are going to raise, because of the SALT deduction, we're going to raise your taxes. So literally hundreds of thousands of people in my state paid higher taxes to do what? Give Microsoft a tax break, which they gave in dividends. Now, did that help our economy? Did that help really grow our economy? I'm pretty sure the innovation at Microsoft helped grow our economy. I'm pretty sure the people who hustled on AI helped grow our economy. I'm sure the investments that we made at agencies across our federal government helped us meet the challenges that we are facing in innovation and competition from China. Not that dividend, But now we're doubling up again. And how much is that multinational tax break? To over $200 billion. So literally, you could take half of that money and you could give it to Medicaid instead and not cut Medicaid. Now let's see. Tax breaks to Meta and Google or paying for Medicaid. Tax breaks for Facebook and Meta, the same company now changing their name, and Google, or a tax making sure there's enough revenue to pay for Medicaid. This is ludicrous. The notion that we are continuing to make big corporations the priority when they knew this tax extension was not coming. And I'm pretty sure if you look at the numbers that you see from Facebook, Meta, and Google, you will see they don't really need a tax break. They're doing pretty well right now. So the budget reconciliation bill really threatens our progress on health care. Now let me explain what I mean by that. It's not enough to just say that this health care issue, that we are really winning the day. When you look at what happened to us in health care, when our whole goal of doing the Affordable Care Act was to basically get more people covered under insurance. Why? Because we wanted to lower all the costs on health care overall. We wanted health care costs to go down, and we wanted the cost of premiums and the cost to individuals to go down and to be more like the rate of inflation, 3 to 4%. That has been our goal forever, forever. And so prior to the Affordable Care Act, it rates on an annual basis. Think about this, on an annual basis. Your healthcare premiums, your healthcare costs were generally rising about 5.4% a year. Okay, who could keep up with that? Who could keep up with every year your healthcare costs continuing to rise? And so we did the Affordable Care Act, and guess what? We did get that into the rate of inflation. I think there's more we could have done. Lots of things happened in between, but we literally got it down to 3.7%. And we did that by covering more people. The audacity of my colleagues over here to now claim that Medicaid expenses got too expensive, when in reality we made this choice to drive down these premium costs so they were only rising close to inflation, and that was our goal, and we succeeded. So what are we doing now? Well, under the GOP plan, Wakely Healthcare Institute and the Center for Budget Policy, these are numbers that come from them. The GOP plan will now go back to raising your premiums and your healthcare costs between 7 and 11% a year. A year. So we're going to go blowing way past the 5.4. We're going to go back here. And why? Because you're going to cut off millions of people from health care. You're going to increase the cost of uncompensated care. You're going to make people wait to go to emergency rooms, and then they're going to be sicker, and that's going to cost, I don't know how much it costs, but it's definitely a multiple of 5 or more. I don't know if it's, what do you know? What do you think it is, Kevin, an emergency room? 10. Okay, 10. He says 10. It's 10 times more expensive to deal with somebody at an emergency room than just get health insurance and get covered. Okay, so now we want to know, why are we raising the cost on everybody's health insurance, including these plans? Because this side of the aisle basically wants to cut a bunch of people out of a system that lowered the cost of healthcare plans overall and kept it more in the rate of inflation. Why? Why would you want to do this? So it makes no sense, and I hope our colleagues will think long and hard about that. I also think that you could still take the Google Meta tax break for multinationals and pay for $100,000 and cover the Medicaid. You could take another $100,000 from that big tax break, and you could pay for some of the energy tax credits that were so essential to combating the Chinese in what they are doing on the clean energy front. The Chinese firms are doing everything they can to invest and undercut the United States in EV and battery technology. The U.S. is responding aggressively to that. That's why we did the Inflation Reduction Act. In fact, the Inflation Reduction Act, we basically enacted more than 2,000 new clean energy industrial manufacturing jobs, more than 980 private sector jobs, and more than 3.4 million Americans claimed clean energy tax credits that improve their efficiencies. In fact, the Joint Economic Committee estimated that the typical household could save between $460 and $1,000 in annual energy costs, thanks to the Inflation Reduction Act. But what do we have now? We have President Trump and inflation. We have inflation because of multiple issues, consumers struggling to keep up amid higher prices, mounting debt, and fiscal uncertainty. That's what we have. And so we're reversing the very tax credits that help lower the cost, and we're going to help us be competitive against China and help us succeed as a nation in the one thing that I always think the United States is really great at, and that is innovation. I don't know if it just started with Ben Franklin or many other people along the way, but you give Americans the task and they will do the job. If you give them the education, if you give them the R&D with a university partner, they will get the job done. And so now, don't take my word for it, take Mr. Musk's word for it. The latest Senate draft bill destroys millions of jobs in America and causes immense strategic harm to our country. Utterly insane, destructive. It gives handouts to the industries of the past while severely damaging the industries of the future. Yeah, he said it best. But back to that chart, we were doing the energy because we wanted to diversify, but we also wanted to lower costs and we wanted to be competitive. Right here it says the vehicle. Okay, natural gas, propane. Okay, that's why we were diversifying, because all those things are going up. So, and this bill is not going to help electricity. You're getting rid of the electricity tax credit. So again, instead of helping Meta and helping Google, you could be helping to lower the inflationary cost by making the investments in these tax credits. But Mr. President, there's more in this bill that I don't like. My colleague from Texas is proposing an AI moratorium. He literally wants to stop states from regulating the rollout of autonomous vehicles, like Texas Governor Greg Abbott, who signed a letter last week to regulate how autonomous vehicles are licensed and deployed in Texas. And how do proponents of this moratorium propose to get started? By holding broadband money hostage unless you implement an AI moratorium. Well, I know what the Heritage Foundation said. The Heritage Foundation said that federal AI power grab could end state protection for kids and workers. Again, you are giving states a big, fat bill, and now you're trying to override laws that have been on the books for a long time, protecting consumers from fraud, from abuse, and from protecting, they are there to protect kids, and now you want to get rid of them. So it's no surprise that stakeholders on the right and left oppose this in the bill. They include 17 Republican governors and 40 attorney generals from both Democrats and Republicans, and other organizations ranging from the Heritage Foundation to the Center of American Progress. So anytime you can get the Center for American Progress and the Heritage Foundation on the same side of an issue, chances are you should be listening to what they have to say. But Mr. President, this bill, this letter, I would like to enter into the record from the National Association of Attorney Generals.
Without objection.
This bill would affect hundreds, I'm quoting now from this letter, quote, this bill would affect hundreds of existing and pending state laws passed and considered by both Republican and Democratic state legislatures. Some existing laws have been on the books for many years. end quote. Okay, so these are attorney generals from a variety of states who basically know the laws on their books, and they're basically saying, don't do this to us. Don't override our laws. So I'd also like to enter into the record, Mr. President, a letter from 17 Republican governors also against this provision.
Without objection.
Their letter, I'd like to read from, is really about this point I was trying to make about fighting China. I mean, I thought we were here to be competitive against them, to basically beat them in a race on innovation, just like we did with chips and science to try to move for the future. But basically, their letter says, quote, we fully recognize that AI is dominant in the next industrial competition between the United States and adversaries like Communist China. States have led anti-Communist China action, banning Chinese affiliated companies from owning farmland and property critical for infrastructure and military bases. But America should not sacrifice the health and safety and prosperity of its people in this fight. We must curb AI's worst excesses while also encouraging growth, which is exactly what states have done through their creation of their own regulatory framework, end quote. So they're basically saying the states are on the front lines of helping to protect on AI. Now, Mr. President, I have no idea why the President of the United States has not protected the American people or the American military from the Chinese scams that are happening on TikTok. No, we would never let China own ABC News and put out Chinese communist propaganda on ABC News, but we let them do that on TikTok. This body and our colleagues said, no, stop that and stop the Chinese. And yet we still haven't stopped the Chinese. So now here we are in this bill cutting out the state's abilities to fight Chinese AI companies like DeepSeek or Alibaba and they have no interest in stopping the scammers from using their AI products to harm Americans. They have none. And if you think we're going to pass something here, I'm always ready to sign up to get legislation done. But that isn't going to happen anytime soon. And so now you're telling these governors, these attorney generals, yep, I'm not even going to let you fight China because I'm going to take that tool away from you. So clearly, I don't support this part of the legislation, and I appreciate my colleague from Tennessee and her attorney general working on this very important issue. And finally, I come to the issue of spectrum. This is a very ill-conceived plan to auction off our precious spectrum. Such an auction will fundamentally compromise our defense capabilities while endangering aviation and important federal capabilities like weather forecasting and scientific research. This bill would require the FAA would require an auction of 800 megahertz of spectrum critical to our military and civilian infrastructure. It would compromise military radio frequencies and weather and other spectrum issues, most importantly, drone operations. And I know the presiding officer knows how much drones are now at the epicenter and forefront of warfare and is reshaping the battlefields across the globe. So why would we do this? Well, my colleague, Senator Cruz, is pushing for something that experts say would risk military operations. Last Congress, we got the Department of Defense and the Department of Commerce to agree that we should test bed the next generation of technology because we don't like interference. Now, I'm sure most Americans sitting at home thinking, what is she talking about? Well, if you drive in a car and you have a radio station and all of a sudden the radio station doesn't get its signal or has some interference, you know that there is an issue. The tower, not big enough, not strong enough. This is the same. This radio spectrum has been used by Department of Defense for secure purposes, very important secure purposes. Mr. President, think of the Chinese balloon and the fact that we want to detect when a Chinese balloon is flying through our airspace. We want to be able to stop people from spying on the United States of America. And yet, instead of basically saying, we are going to look at this military spectrum and make sure that it continues to be secure, my colleague is suggesting to all of us that we sell that and basically allow, I believe, for what is going to be a good amount of interference without solving this problem first. Why does that bother me? Because I think we live in a world where you're going to see more and more spectrum, more and more warfare based on satellite and communication, and the landscape is changing. So I certainly don't want our military preparedness to be affected. Air Force leaders warned that spectrum bands are crucial to this radar operations, and I'm not going to go into more about why, but I'm just saying, just like you can't have 4 radio stations basically interfering with each other, my colleagues want to allow the major telcos, mostly AT&T and Verizon, who are so hungry to sell more, whatever it is, $79.99 plans or $59.99 plans. They literally are going to give away national security just so they can sell more telephone plans. In fact, I would ask them, what have you done to clean up the last disaster that you had when the Chinese hacked you on Salt Typhoon? Now, they didn't successfully hack the telecom company in my state because they were smart enough to do all the preparatory work not to be hacked. But these guys didn't do the work, and now they're up here pushing our colleagues to say, give us more, give us more, give us more, without doing the homework required to figure out how to make sure our military is protected. But what's even more infuriating is they want the same spectrum from our airlines as well. They want to cause confusion between the spectrum of aviation and in this telecommunication. Last time the Trump administration did this, there was a major debate, and the White House and the Biden administration had to come in and fix it. It's all related to the altimeter on a plane. Again, the presiding officer knows this well. An altimeter helps tell the plane what altitude they're at and what to do. But if you have interference with that altimeter, as we just saw in this helicopter accident, we're pretty sure now that this accident between an American plane, regional jet, and an Air Force helicopter, there were some altimeter issues, and that caused a discrepancy and a crash. So I am not for any interference with an aviation altimeter. I'm not for it. But instead of figuring this out, working together, both commercial and defense, we're jamming into a bill the overriding of the defense interests and saying just give it to these 2 commercial bidders, maybe more, who then will basically just feel empowered to sell more of these telco plans. Mr. President, our competitiveness is too important. Our effectiveness is too important. Collaboration and working together to solve these problems is how the United States is going to succeed. Basically, trying to pit each other against each other in these kind of technology issues is not going to help us win. So, Mr. President, I've outlined many issues here, and I've outlined how you could fund Medicaid without basically doing what we are doing here. There is no reason. According to the Penn-Wharton budget model and analysis, families in the first 40% of earners are on average projected to experience losses in after-tax income and benefit transfers. In other words, Mr. President, yes, extending the 2017 tax cuts does help some middle-class families, and we would support that, but all the hits in other areas like health insurance mean they will actually lose money overall. The lowest 20% of income brackets are hit even harder. So in this massive bill, it is those who can least afford it who are going to be hit the hardest. We don't need the Trump inflation. We need to protect health care. We need to make progress in America's competitiveness. But this is not the answer, and I encourage my colleagues to vote against it. I thank the President, and I yield the floor.
Senator from Vermont.
Thank you. Mr. President, President Trump's so-called big, beautiful bill, now on the floor of the Senate, is the most dangerous piece of legislation in the modern history of our country. It is a gift to the billionaire class while causing massive pain for low-income and working-class Americans. Actually, though, Mr. President, I'm wrong. This is not a gift to the billionaire class. They paid for it. This bill is an absolute reflection of a corrupt campaign finance system which allows billionaires to buy elections. And when billionaires spend hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars trying to elect a president or a senator or a member of Congress, they're not making that investment just for the fun of it. They want something in return, and this legislation, big time, is what they are getting in return. So what is in this bill that they invested in? Well, if you are in the top 1%, you and the class you represent will receive a $975 billion tax break. $975 billion tax break at a time when the richest people in this country have never, ever had it so good. Further, this is really quite unbelievable. If you are among the wealthiest 0.2%, not talking about 1%, talking about the top 0.2%, you will be able to pay zero taxes on your $30 million inheritance. So all of you folks out there who are waiting to inherit at least $30 million, today is a good day for you. Collectively, you will receive approximately $211 billion in tax breaks for the top 0.2%. Congratulations, you hit the jackpot. If you are a large corporation and you want to throw workers out on the street and replace them with artificial intelligence, or maybe you want to shift your profits to the Cayman Islands or other tax havens, you are going to get a $918 billion tax break. Congratulations to the CEOs of large, profitable corporations. But while the rich and large corporations make out like bandits in this bill, what does it do for low-income and working families? Well, let me say a few words on that. If you are concerned about health care, which I suspect that everybody in the world is, this bill throws over 16 million people off the health insurance they have, according to the Congressional Budget Office, by cutting Medicaid and the Affordable Care Act by over $1.1 trillion. In other words, the top 1% getting a $975 billion tax break, and that is coming directly by throwing 16 million people off of the health insurance they have. This bill, for the first time, forces millions of Medicaid recipients who make as little as $16,000 a year to pay a $35 copayment every time they visit a doctor's office. So what is the impact of all of that? You throw 16 million people off health care, you force people who don't have any money pay a $35 copayment. So what's the impact of it? Well, this is not my view. This is what the Yale School of Public Health and the University of Pennsylvania determined based on a study that they did. And this is the result. And it is almost so horrific, so grotesque, that it is difficult to speak about. But they estimate that if this bill goes through with all of these cuts in health care, if 16 million people are thrown off of the insurance they have, over 50,000 Americans will die unnecessarily every year. 50,000 Americans will die unnecessarily in order to give tax breaks to billionaires who don't need them. In other words, this bill is literally a death sentence for low-income and working-class people. Further, if this legislation is enacted, rural hospitals all over the country, and I come from one of the most rural states in America, rural hospitals are already struggling. But when you make massive cuts to Medicaid, many of them are going to shut down or not be able to provide the level of services they do today. In other words, this bill would be a disaster for rural America. It would also make massive cuts to community health centers and nursing homes who are very heavily dependent upon Medicaid funding. Bottom line is that this legislation is the most significant attack on the health care needs of the American people in our country's history. We already have, as everybody knows, a health care system which is broken, which is dysfunctional, and instead of addressing it, instead of doing what every other major country on earth does, guarantee health care to all people, we are throwing 16 million people off the health insurance that they have. But it's not just health care. The future of America rests with our children. And yet, in a nation which now has the highest rate of childhood poverty of almost any major country on earth, this bill wipes out nutrition assistance for millions of hungry kids in America. We are literally taking food out of the mouths of hungry kids to give tax breaks to Mr. Bezos and Mr. Musk and Mr. Zuckerberg and the other multi-billionaires. If we understand that if we're going to compete effectively in the global economy, we need to have the best education system in the world, this bill makes $350 billion in cuts in education, with the result that working-class kids will find it much harder to get the higher education they need to succeed in life. If you are concerned about the existential threat of climate change, and we're seeing heat waves right now all over the world, this bill decimates investments in energy efficiency and sustainable energy like wind and solar, and moves us in exactly the wrong direction with regard to energy. If you are concerned about our role in never-ending wars, this bill makes a bad situation even worse by handing out another $150 billion to the Pentagon, a 15% increase in an already bloated Pentagon budget. We don't have enough money to feed hungry children. We don't have enough money to make sure that people continue to have the health care that they need. Don't have enough money to make sure the kids can get a decent education. But somehow the military-industrial complex is going to get another $150 billion, 15% increase. Mr. President, in my view, nobody in the Senate or the House should vote for this legislation, and I applaud all of the Democrats for voting against it, and I want to congratulate two Republicans, Senator Paul and Senator Tillis, for voting against it for different reasons, by the way, than I have. But I do find it interesting, and it does tell us where we are as a nation today, that when one of those senators, Senator Tillis, voted against it because he thought it was not a good bill for the people of his home state, North Carolina, suddenly the President of the United States went after him in a very, very vicious way. And today he announced that he will not be seeking re-election. So it appears now that the Republican Party has really become a party of the cult of the individual. The only thing you have to do now as a Republican and say, I agree with President Trump. I love President Trump. President Trump is right all of the time. Hey, it's all you got to do now to be a good Republican. There was a day when Republicans and Democrats understood that they were elected by their constituents. Yeah, you want to work with the president of your own party, nothing to do about that. But there was an understanding that you were also elected to represent your constituents and not simply pay homage and bow down to every wish and whim of the president. Mr. President, during the vote-a-rama, I will be offering several amendments, which I hope will win support. Number one, at a time when 22% of our nation's seniors are trying to survive on less than $15,000 a year, my first amendment would fundamentally improve their lives in two significant ways. Number one, it would cut the price of prescription drugs under Medicare in half by making sure that our nation's seniors do not pay any more than Europeans or Canadians pay for the same exact drugs. And number two, with those savings, we're going to expand Medicare to cover dental, vision, and hearing. In other words, instead of throwing people off of health care, we're going to expand Medicare to provide a number of services that seniors desperately need and want. Secondly, Mr. President, at a time of massive income and wealth inequality, my second amendment would eliminate the $211 billion estate tax for the top 0.2% that is included in this bill. They get a top 2%, as I mentioned, $211 billion tax rate. That is insane. We're going to get rid of that. And lastly, at a time when we spend more on the military than the next 9 nations combined, at a time when the Pentagon cannot account for trillions of dollars in assets, we are going to end the provision that allows the Pentagon to receive another $150 billion. Bottom line, Mr. President, is this country faces many crises: high rate of childhood poverty, kids going hungry, education system in deep trouble, healthcare system completely broken. And in virtually every single area, this bill takes us in precisely the wrong direction. When the wealthiest people in this country have never, ever had it so good, it is totally insane to be offering them $1 trillion in tax breaks so that we could cut healthcare, education, and nutrition. This bill is not what the American people want, and I hope very much we can defeat it. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
The Sergeant of Arms will restore order. The Sergeant of Arms will restore order in the galley. The Sergeant of Arms will restore order. The Sergeant of Arms will restore order in the galley. Sergeant of Arms will restore order in the galley. The Democratic leader.
Mr. President, I thank my colleagues for coming to the floor. Wait, we'll put this up when we begin. Okay. We'll leave it up. I thank my colleagues for coming to the floor all day today. I thank them for speaking so fiercely, so clearly about what's at stake for the country. And the American people deserve to see this debate. That's why we last night forced a reading of the bill. Republicans don't want people to know what's in the bill. They want to hide it. They know it's not popular. We all know it's not popular. We all know it's totally against what people want. But a small cabal of very wealthy people and hard MAGA people run that show to the detriment of the party itself and, of course, to the American people. So we forced a reading of the bill last night and allowed people to catch up because the bill was just put on the floor right before the reading started, the amended bill. So we're here today to continue to shine a light on how bad this bill is, and this debate will continue. Soon we'll turn to vote-a-rama and bring amendment after amendment after amendment to the floor so Republicans can defend their billionaire tax cuts, so they can try to explain their massive cuts to Medicaid to people back home, why kids who need health care shouldn't get it so there can be tax breaks for billionaires, why middle-class families who have someone in a nursing home who's now going to be removed from that nursing home because it's going to close, what they're going to do, and to try and to sell to parents and kids why they're making unprecedented cuts to SNAP, taking food from hungry babies for a tax cut for wealthy people. What kind of world do these Republicans live in? It's a slanted world. It's really a corrupt world. Kids will get $5 a day to feed themselves. You can't buy a dozen eggs for $5. And then they're killing millions of good-paying jobs. It's estimated, and by the way, the clean energy cuts are even worse. Before this, it was estimated 850,000 jobs would be lost in America on clean energy alone. Over 1 million jobs in health care. 2 million jobs approximately lost. At least 2 million lost because of this bill. That could create a recession. So this has been a long few days in the Senate, but the hardest choices for Republicans are still in front of them. Because we know that so many of our colleagues on the other side aren't happy with this bill. Tillis is not an exception. There are many others who think the same way he does. Well, they ought to vote their principles, their conscience, and what's good for their constituencies. Our side is going to give our Republican colleagues a chance to do the right thing in front of this chamber and in front of this nation. The American people deserve to know exactly what's happening right now in the United States Senate. Because right now, Republicans are concocting the ultimate rush job. They're trying to pull off a sneak attack on this chamber and on the American people themselves. The bill before the Senate is utter poison. Some Republicans are trying to rush through a bill that they released less than 2 days ago under the cloak of darkness, written behind closed doors, molded in order to appease Donald Trump and the very special, powerful interests. Earlier today, my colleague from South Carolina came to the floor with a pretty interesting-looking floor chart, where he claimed that his bill somehow reduced the debt by $500 billion. What a joke. The budget chair respectfully needs to check his math, because somehow Lindsey Graham, the chairman of the Budget Committee, said that his bill reduces the debt by $500 billion. The budget chair, respectfully, check your math, Chairman Graham, because not 1 hour ago, the JCT confirmed this bill does not reduce the debt, it explodes it. It explodes it. That's what it does. Here's what his chart should have looked like. $4.45 trillion deficit explosion. According to the JCT, the Republican bill explodes the debt by $4.5 trillion, as this chart, drawn slightly better than Lindsey's, shows. For those keeping score at home, my colleague got his math wrong by a whopping $4 trillion. All this just so billionaires are rewarded while millions lose their health care break. $4.5 trillion deficit explosion. And that's not just an abstract concept. What does that mean? The average American will pay more to buy a home. The average American will pay more to buy a car. The average American will pay more on their credit card debt, on issue after issue after issue. Prices will go up because of this deficit, because of taxes for the billionaire. That's $4.45 trillion. Also, some people, wealthy people, God bless them, they made a lot of money, okay. They don't need a tax break. Let it be known that this bill is the death knell of the supposed party of fiscal responsibility. We always knew that this was a sham. And now this bill ends the charade of Republicans caring about the debt for all time coming. When they say they have to cut health care on any bill or food stamps on any bill because it reduces the deficit, we will know it's utter hogwash because of $4.5 trillion they're doing now for tax breaks for the wealthy. So, Republicans want to move quickly. That's why we're here on the weekend. That's why they released a bill in the dead of the night, all because they want to hide the truth from the American people. You know, it's hard to believe, my colleagues. This bill is worse, even worse, than any draft we have seen thus far. Every time the bill comes to the floor, a new bill, a new amendment, the hard right handful over on the Republican side, we're not voting for it unless you hurt kids more, you hurt people who need health care more, you hurt rural hospitals more, you hurt clean energy more. And the Republican leadership folds and does it. And the more mainstream, the handful of more mainstream Republicans who know how bad this is right now haven't had the backbone to oppose those changes. We hope they find them. So, this bill is worse on health care, worse on SNAP. It'll kill 900,000 good-paying jobs in clean energy. Folks, you don't like paying your electricity bills? You'll pay 10% more on your electric bills because of this big, ugly betrayal. It'll also kill 1 million health care jobs. You put it all together, and there's no other way to put it. At the very last minute, the Senate Republicans made the bill more extreme to cater to the radicals in the House and the Senate. Republicans want to hide the truth so badly, in fact, that they're even ready to blow up the Senate rules to get it done. Senate Republicans are doing something that has never been done before in this chamber, never, by Democrats or Republicans, using fake math and budgetary hocus pocus to make it seem like a gargantuan tax break for billionaires is going to cost virtually nothing. That's insane. It's delusional. Current policy baseline doesn't take into account that our actual budget numbers show these cuts expiring. So when you put them back up again, the deficit increases. It's simple math, second-grade math. But our colleagues, just again, in a frenzy to help the billionaires, are willing even to do that. Republicans know it. That's why they're squirming. You can see sort of the faces come on the floor. They don't look very happy because they know how bad this stuff is. And they can use whatever budgetary gimmicks they want. Republicans can use whatever budgetary gimmicks they want to make their math work on paper. But you can't paper over the real consequences of adding trillions and trillions to the debt in one fell swoop. And CBO, nonpartisan, everyone who looks at this says it's going to increase the deficit. Not the so-called party of deficit hawks. That's out the window. So, what's going to happen when they pass this bill if they do? Hope they don't. Our children and grandchildren are going to be faced with a lifetime of higher borrowing costs. As I said, mortgage costs, costs to buy a car, costs for a credit card, harder to start a business. Every one of these will get worse. And the economic ceiling of this country will close in on itself. The economic engine that's been the driver of American innovation and growth and optimism for so many generations will sputter and ossify with this $4.45 trillion deficit explosion. It's deeply irresponsible to future generations, to our children, to our grandchildren, to pass this bill. And that's not just members on this side of the aisle saying it. Independent experts across the political spectrum, many of them very conservative Republicans, but who are at least honest about what they're doing, say it too. And plenty of Republicans in both the House and Senate have said it. It remains to be seen if their words and their actions will align. And the question is asked, has to be asked, why is this even happening? Why is this nightmare of a bill moving forward? Why are Republicans forcing our country down this ruinous road when they know the fiscal harms, when they know this is a rush job? Well, we know by now. Tax cuts to billionaires and corporate special interests. And not just another round, but in fact, they make them permanent. Our children, our grandchildren are going to be saddled with these cuts so that a handful of billionaires get a big break. While working people lose their Medicaid, while hungry kids lose access to food funding, while clean energy jobs that support so many Republican communities are taken away, I'd say to my Republican friends, when that plant that makes batteries or wind or solar or the person who's employing hundreds of people to put panels on people's roofs all fold and the people lose their jobs, don't shrug your shoulders and say, I don't know why that happened. You made it happen with a nasty bill. It just makes no sense. We need more energy. AI, everyone says we need more energy. And to take away the cheapest, quickest way to put more electrons on the grid, solar, makes no sense, except we know Donald Trump has an irrational, infantile mania against clean energy. So they all listen to him. Makes no sense. This bill is sabotaging of America. It's the sabotaging of America. It's antithetical to what the country needs. It's antithetical to what the American people demanded last fall. And our Republican colleagues don't even want to tell the American people the truth. That's why Democrats are here on the floor today, sounding the alarm, setting the record straight. I also must say this. The way this bill is being passed so deeply violates the spirit of the Senate. The majority forgets that this chamber is unlike any other institution in government. It's meant to facilitate debate, careful consideration, sound judgment, honest numbers. We're supposed to resist the passions of the radical extreme. We're supposed to hold the line against policies that will devastate our country. We're supposed to resist the gravitational pull of extremists like Donald Trump, who gets these little bugaboos in his head and then wrecks America because of it, and they all go along. Senate Republicans are turning their back on the Senate's long-standing tradition of debate deliberation. By rushing this bill, by upending the rule of the chamber, by engaging in what amounts to accounting magic to hide the cost of their bill, Republicans, simply put, are accelerating the erosion of the Senate to the nth degree. Senate Republicans are turning their back on what makes this institution great. More importantly, they're turning their back on the people, their own constituents, in their own communities. People struggling to afford going to see a doctor. You have a child with cancer and you don't have health care? How can we put people in that position? Or families who have to choose between paying for groceries or paying for prescription drug costs. Or families who are watching their electricity bills go up and up. Families who are paying more and more costs. This bill, America, you don't want to pay higher costs? We don't want you to on our side of the aisle. The Republicans are making it happen. You will pay more and more and more. And about the future, they're not worried about our kids' livelihood. They're not worried that kids won't be able to find good-paying jobs. The families are worried about the future of this country. But the Republicans are not. And they're worried, Americans are worried about the continued radicalization of leaders in government. And here's the shining example. So the bill is the wrong answer for the American people. By every objective standard, it's deeply irresponsible. It's not only a violation of how the Senate's supposed to work, it's a violation of the promises that Republicans and Donald Trump, when they campaigned, made to the American people to look after their issues, not those at the very top. So I implore my Republican colleagues, there is still time. Abandon these terrible policies. We'll continue to have this debate in a real way, not jamming it through in the dark of night. My Democratic colleagues and I will continue exposing the truth. And if Republicans go down that road, we will continue to make sure today, tomorrow, next week, next month, next year, that the American people know exactly what happened here. I assure my Republican colleagues, I assure them this vote will not be forgotten. Their betrayal will not go unanswered. This bill must not stand. I yield the floor.
President.
Senator from Massachusetts.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Mr. Leader, for setting the record straight. It's really awful when we hear Republicans come down here and they just don't tell the truth about the bill that they are trying to pass. Maybe that's why they try to pass it in the middle of the night. They think no one will really notice.
Would the gentlelady yield?
I will.
Senator yield. All you have to do is look at their faces.
Yeah.
They know that what they're doing. They know it's unpopular. They know they're, as Senator Murkowski said, that they're all afraid. But it's time for them to stand up, isn't it?
Yep. So on Friday, I met Vivian. Vivian is an 11-year-old kid from Winston-Salem, North Carolina. Vivian likes school. She likes her friends. She likes reading Harry Potter. She is a lot like any other 11-year-old. But for Vivi, going to school and being with her friends depends on Medicaid, because Medicaid covers the cost for her wheelchair, for her therapists, and for her health aid. Right now, Republicans are trying to rip away health care from kids like Vivian. The cruelty is truly breathtaking. I ask for one Republican senator, just one Republican senator who plans to vote for this bill, to look into Vivi's eyes and tell her that her health care is just not a priority for this country. You know, Mitch McConnell said to Republican senators that he knew they were getting calls about Medicaid, but not to worry about people losing their care because, according to Mitch McConnell, they will get over it. So I ask the Republican senators to look at Vivi and Vivi's sisters and Vivi's mom and Vivi's dad and say, if Vivi loses her Medicaid and her wheelchair and her therapists and her health aid, tell all of them that they will get over it. Because here's the deal. Vivi won't get over it. Her family won't get over it. The people of North Carolina won't get over it. None of us, Massachusetts, Idaho, Louisiana, none of us will get over it. The cruelty here is off the charts. But the part that really burns is the Republicans are trying to slash the health care that keeps kids like Vivi alive so they can hand out more tax cuts for billionaires. It is beyond cruel. It is obscene. I am angry, and we should all be angry. Because instead of playing at the pool or the park like a regular kid on summer break, Vivian had to come here to Washington to beg senators not to cut her health care. In a country as rich as ours, That shouldn't even be a question. Now, I actually don't think that my Republican colleagues have lost their hearts. They have lost their spines. It seems that all they can do now is bow down to Donald Trump and his billionaire donors. They will bow down, even if it means hurting families, community hospitals, and nursing homes in their own states. Trump wants the Republicans in Congress to hand out giant checks to the wealthiest Americans and the biggest corporations, and the Republican senators are willing to do that, even if it means kicking Vivi to the curb. Republicans know what they're doing. They know that this bill will hurt people. They know that this bill will kill people. And though it's hard to believe, they just look the other way. But on behalf of Vivi and millions of other kids and mamas and seniors and families that rely on the life-saving care that Medicaid makes possible, my Republican colleagues should grow a spine and stop this awful bill in its tracks. If it wasn't bad enough that this bill is set to rip away health care from 17 million Americans to pay for tax giveaways for billionaires, it actually has a bunch of other filthy giveaways buried in it, too. Who wins if Republicans pass this big, ugly bill? Billionaires, Wall Street, big tech, big oil, the wealthiest Americans, and the biggest corporations. Big oil will get a special get out of paying your taxes card, while millions of people lose their health care coverage. Billions of dollars for big oil, nothing for Vivi. Meta, oh man, Meta, there's a company that's really struggling. Meta will win $15 billion to incentivize them to do research in 2022, 2023, and 2024. Think about that. Unless a time machine comes with this, what Meta does in those 3 years is already done. But under this bill, Meta gets a $15 billion check on the day this bill passes, simply for existing, while families lose access to their health care. Wall Street wins big with a provision Republicans squeezed in that would slash funding for the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. Giant corporations want the opportunity to cheat American families again. So Republicans are desperately trying to take the cop off the beat. And who loses thanks to this big, ugly bill? Americans who can't afford health care. Families who need a little extra help putting food on the table. Grandmas and grandpas in nursing homes. Little babies and their mamas. If Republicans pass this bill, 17 million Americans will have their health care ripped away. That number has kept growing as the Republicans keep making more and more changes to the bill. For them, it is just a question of how many more Americans they can rip away health care from. This bill would also make the biggest cut to food assistance for families, kids, and veterans in American history. And here's one to underscore. 1 out of every 4 nursing homes in America would have to shut down under this bill. You know, my Republican colleagues should just call a few seniors who are in nursing homes in their home states and just go over the plans for where those folks are supposed to go next. What exactly do the Republicans have in mind for them? Maybe call the daughter of someone who's in one of those nursing homes and explain how she has to become a full-time caregiver once this bill passes. Maybe call just a few of the people whose lives you plan to tear apart. Budgets are about our values, and Republicans have made their values clear. They are willing to throw millions of Americans under the bus so that they can help out a handful of their billionaire buddies and giant corporations. They should be ashamed. Here's what Democrats believe. Democrats believe that no baby should go hungry so that Mark Zuckerberg can buy another Hawaiian island. Democrats believe that no person with a disability who needs a wheelchair or a home health aide to live independently should have to give that up so that Jeff Bezos can buy a third yacht. And Democrats believe that no grandma should be pushed out of her nursing home so that Elon Musk can take a subsidized rocket ship ride to Mars. It doesn't have to be this way. What if, instead of tax breaks for billionaires, we make the rich pay their fair share? What if, instead of slashing health care for our kids, we make it possible for every American to see a doctor when they're sick without breaking the bank? And what if, instead of giving big oil more giant handouts, we make universal child care a reality for families all across this country? We can tax the rich. Damn it, if Jeff Bezos can afford to rent Venice for $50 million for his wedding, he can afford to pitch in his fair share on taxes so the next kid has a chance to make it big, and the kid after that, and the kid after that. We can make life better for working people. We can make it easier, not harder. We can lower costs for families, not jack them up even more like this bill does. We can put families first, not billionaires and billionaire corporations. Democrats believe this. Democrats are willing to fight for this. We will vote no on this awful bill. And for kids like Vivian, for seniors in nursing homes, for families who rely on home health aides, and for the millions more Americans that this bill will hurt, I urge my Republican colleagues, grow a spine and vote no. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
Senator Morgan.
President, before she leaves the floor, I want to thank my colleague in particular for putting a human face on what this is all about for us on this side of the aisle. That small child, the senior you were talking about, I'm going to pick up on what you said, and I thank you for your leadership. Mr. President, I'm going to get into the specifics of this horrifying bill in a moment, all the details of the healthcare carnage and the clean energy bloodbath that Republicans are dragging America toward. First, though, I want to spend just a few minutes on the state of the Senate and our democracy. As of a few hours ago, the rules of the Senate are whatever Republicans feel like when the day begins. It's democracy defying, plain and simple. The bill before the Senate is loaded with fraudulent budget math that hides trillions of dollars in handouts to corporations and the ultra-wealthy. It's a violation of the rules that used to be followed for years for the reconciliation process. It's a violation of the Congressional Budget Act. It's a violation of common sense. Republicans decided that none of that matters, so they've kind of gone nuclear to advance the bill. Apparently in this chamber, if the Republican chair of the Budget Committee says so, 1 + 1 = 3. That is unsustainable. We are going to be a sicker, poorer, and weaker country if this bill becomes law, and the Republicans have used this process, going nuclear, to pass it. But these moves cut both ways, and there'll be a lot of cleanup for Democrats to handle down the road. Now, in my time in public service, Mr. President, I have never seen a more destructive, regressive,
common sense defying bill debated in the Senate. This bill is going to determine the future of health care in America. Millions of Americans will lose their health insurance if Republicans pass the bill. My colleagues seem to be ignoring, for example, the fact that rural hospitals are the anchor of life in much of America. This bill will sever that anchor and set rural health care adrift. Here's how flawed the Republican plan is. The danger they're causing for rural hospitals is so great, Republicans have had to create a rural hospital relief fund. It is a Band-Aid on an amputation. I can tell you one thing I know for sure is only in Washington, D.C. would you create a relief fund to address a problem that you caused. How about you just not cut $1 trillion from Medicaid in the first place? Now, I wanted to get a sense of what rural America thought of this legislation. So last weekend, I held 4 town halls in 3 eastern Oregon counties. It's as rural as it gets. Donald Trump carried these counties overwhelmingly. One of them was Malheur County, where Donald Trump received more than 70% of the vote. This is where I held an open-to-all town hall meeting. It happens to have one of the highest Medicaid enrollments in the country. The message I heard was very clear and very loud. This bill will be a disaster for Malheur County on rural health. Now, healthcare is a top employer in America. If these cuts go through, the healthcare workforce in rural areas of our nation is going to be decimated. Nurses, doctors, and support staff will lose their jobs, and rural economies are going to suffer. Many of the Americans that will feel the consequences of this legislation today walk an economic tightrope. Many have multiple jobs. Millions more Americans will lose their benefits like home care and mental health and services that already fall far short of what our people expect. These are overwhelmingly kids, people with disabilities, seniors, all to pay for more tax cuts for multinational corporations and the ultra-wealthy. It's not just the cuts. It's also a whole lot more red tape, making it harder for people to get care. At the center of the Republican Medicaid changes is a bunch of red tape thickets designed to entrap people into a never-ending maze of AI chatbots and phone trees that make it impossible for them to get the coverage they need. And even if you manage to get through all that bureaucratic water torture and sign up for Medicaid, the Republican plan says if you lose your job, you lose your health care. Why would the Congress want to inflict that on more people? Nobody I could find wants these cuts, no matter their political persuasion, and I was in places that were bright red. I'm sure most of us can agree there's a real debate to be had on how we can make health care more affordable and accessible, but this bill achieves none of that. Let me mention seniors. My colleagues have touched on the elderly. 2 in 3 nursing home beds in America are covered by Medicaid. If Republicans pass this into law, conditions will deteriorate. Seniors will be forced out of their nursing homes or forced to move in with family that doesn't have the necessary skills to care for their aging parents or grandparents. Nursing homes would be forced to shut their doors as a result of these cuts during a time when states are in desperate need of more nursing home options, not fewer. The bill also repeals nursing home safety standards. That's going to mean fewer nurses in nursing homes. You would think that'd be a concern of Republicans in the Trump administration. But when the Finance Committee was considering the nomination of CMS Administrator Mehmet Oz, he said, and I quote, "I believe we can provide quality of care equivalent to having a nurse in that nursing home using tools and technologies." Dr. Oz was apparently talking about AI. And I said, "You're for cutting nurses. What's going to happen when an 85-year-old woman has to go to the bathroom in the middle of the night and needs some help?" He had no answers, but he's still being a big booster on artificial intelligence. I'm deeply troubled about what the Trump administration has in store for America's seniors. That's on top of the fact that home-based care that most seniors prefer will be one of the first benefits states are forced to cut because it's optional now rather than mandatory. Hundreds of thousands of seniors, Mr. President, are going to see a premium increase of about $200 a month. The bill also applies the worst forms of corporate red tape to the Affordable Care Act. Shorter enrollment periods, more verification forms, more hoops, more bureaucracy, more red tape for Americans who just want affordable health care. And the health care carnage may get worse with the Republican amendments coming up. It's my understanding that they're going to offer an amendment that would lower the federal Medicaid match for new enrollees in what's known as the Medicaid expansion. That was a key part of the Affordable Care Act that delivered affordable health care to roughly 21 million Americans last year. If this amendment is adopted, taken together with the other awful policies in the bill, it would amount to repealing the Affordable Care Act and making good on the 15-year Republican crusade to dismantle that law. Millions more working Americans, Mr. President, are going to lose their health insurance, and it would break a promise to the 41 states that have expanded Medicaid, many of them red states. These health care cuts aren't just going to be felt by Americans with Medicaid, and those who buy health insurance on their own are going to be similarly hit. Emergency room wait times are going to skyrocket, and premiums will spike. Families will be one lost job or financial calamity away from being tossed onto a safety net that has rips and tears everywhere you look. So many are going to fall between the cracks. I also wanted to touch on another horrendous provision on health care buried in the bill, the defund